What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Mode IJ, and we got more plea deals. And this is the more you know. We're gonna jump right into this thing. I think they're only doing one or two plea deals a day until everyone can get the negotiation tactics out of the way, and we can just jump in here and have a grand on time and get these thugs off the streets. But let me go ahead and pull some stuff up. See what we got for the evening, or should I say for the morning for you all. X.com. What up, Eric? Yeah, think we got maybe one plea deal today. I'm not for sure. You never know with this stuff. Maybe everyone pleads out today and we all just go home. Thugger. Nah, they'll roll in. It's early today. What time is it? It's only what is noon? Yeah, it's noon in the States right now. So people on their lunch right now. But they'll be rolling in. What's going on, Derry B? Let me see. Yeah, right now we just waiting. We just waiting. So we'll go over and do like a won't really say like a recap, but we'll go over on Thugger Daily and see what the hell they got. 11 in Oklahoma. Damn, boy. I went and got my flu shot today. Hopefully it don't hit me, man. Hopefully it don't hit me, and tomorrow I wake up and I'm all right. Mm-mm-mm. They got me in my left arm. They said, "Come here, come on in here." But as far as Thugger Daily goes, we do got an update from yesterday. The lawyer that did the plea deal for Quay, he did his little slat, wipe a nose. Now the crazy thing is, the plea deal that he got yesterday. We're gonna go over that, and the only reason he took that deal that he had was because of his wife. Man, forget that. I'm sorry, man. I'm out here thugging. My wife is gonna have to understand. I got a thug. You know what I mean? So over on Thugger Daily on Twitter, or formerly known as Twitter X, it says a little insight into Nichols' plea negotiations via his wife. As crazy to see how much time the state as offering or was offering at the first, and how much his lawyers got it down. He could have immediately went home if he agreed to testify against the defendant, but refused. So here we go here. So in the first slide, it said the state reached out first for the plea. State had reached out previously about a plea deal before the mistrial motion. Original plea before the mistrial motion and trial started was Quay would give probation and had to testify, would have been able to come home immediately if he would have said, "Look, I'll take the probation and I'll take the stand." But that was rejected. The first offer after the mistrial motion was 30 years, do 20 years, reduce the M word to voluntary manslaughter, and China thinks everything else was on there relating to gang charges. He rejected. Now he still would have, she's saying that that one would have been 30 years, served 20 on the manslaughter, no murder, but everything else would have still been gang charges. They rejected that. Then they had a do 25, but only do 25 years, but only do 15 years, still have voluntary manslaughter plus all other charges. So he still have everything that he was listed for. The 6 charges we went over, he'd still had at serve 15 years and then have 10 years on probation. What up, OT? But they rejected that. Then the next offer was 20 years, do 10 years, and took off the murder. So I'm assuming that all the other crimes are still going to be on there. The RICO, the possession of the guns, possession of the guns and the felony, possession of the guns as a convicted felon. But they rejected that. Then the next one was 15 years, do 5 years, testify. She said this was an offer at one point after the mistrial motion. Quay did not want to testify. So at least he's holding it down. He still doesn't want to testify. So you got to give him a little bit of street credit for that. But we really don't care about their street cred. These are some fools and these are all idiots. So everyone on this trial, if they take the plea, that means they're guilty of this shit. So we can call them dummies. But yesterday was when Quay started to give the state counter pleas. Yesterday's plea initially was 30. Whoa. This was his counter? 30 years, do 7. It'd have been a 23-year probation. Quay was supposed to take the plea yesterday at 3 p.m., but the long probation was an issue. That's what I'm saying. That's 23 years on probation. That's ridiculous. So then Quay received the plea he accepted yesterday morning, which was, we got the 20 years, only got to do 7, be home in 30 months, good behavior and everything, pending. And then he doesn't have to testify. But all it is the RICO. It's not the murder or anything. But Quay didn't really want to take the plea. China, his wife, begged him to take it so he could come home and brought up the kids. Let me tell you something. If I took a plea deal for 7 years, in a month or two, Young Thug gets off of this case, let me tell you something. Me and my wife are going to have a very, 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 very long conversation. As soon as I get out of prison in my 3 years that I got left, I'm going to get me some cutty because you made me take this plea deal to be there for the family, and Young Thug got out a month or two later. Oh, ain't no way. Ain't no way my wife talk about take that plea deal and do 7. Hell no. I'm taking it to trial with Thugger. Damn, that's messed up. That's messed up. Think about it. Your wife told you to take a plea, and then we find out Thug gets off. How would you feel if your wife told you that and then Thug gets off? Well, we could say this is the state in desperation, or this is the state going after the big fish. The state, they don't really want anybody but Young Thug. So, all right, give them those plea deals. That's what they want to talk it down. Boom. He just said he was guilty of all those charges, but we only gonna hit him with such and such. But all that information, all that evidence, that's gathered up. So if Thug does take it to trial, we can use this against him. So is it desperation or is it going after the big fish? Because let's be real. This is YSL. This is slat. This is slime. This is forever. We know YSL is a gang. They didn't already told us that. But 13 years, we just think that this guy's going to be able to change his life like that. Catching bodies, got drugs on him. We think he's just going to turn around. So the state is depending on, you know what I'm saying? They leaning on him getting back in trouble. Yeah, Thug didn't commit an M. Guess what? Neither did Lil Durk. Neither did Little Durk. I don't know. We're gonna see though, but I mean that is a cool deal, especially if you got a murder on your list. But I don't know. We'll see. To me, it's all stupid. Like, was any of this worth it? Think about it like this. If you're on YSL, other than Gunna, who is successful out of YSL? Who's really got millions? Like, they were doing all of this as part of SWAT. Like, why would I be in this gang if Young Thug got, let's just say, $20 million, and man, we ain't even got like 100,000 to our names? You know what I mean? This dude's baby, his wife is talking about, oh, come home, take the plea. Man, we supposed to have at least 500,000 put away for the family, man. Don't tell me Thug wasn't looking out for the slats. Come on, Thugger. Come on, Thugger. You see, Gunna got up out of there. Gunna said, "The hell with that. The money ain't like it's supposed to be. I'm gonna go get mine." Fuck that. Let me see if there's another update. We'll see what else they have from yesterday. Oh, this is the fifth lawyer.
Right. Are we live? Am I live? Can you all see me? Good evening, everyone.
Make sure you guys go subscribe to the fifth lawyer. She is in the courtroom. I think let me see if she got any information. So this is the wife here. This is the interview with the actual wife. Let's see what the wife had to say.
Able to get the murder charge dismissed. Everything dismissed except RICO. Yes, Shakisha Harvey is a legend. And so it was just amazing to see everything in action today, see them in and out the courtroom. So I got China back, so I'm going to bring her back up. All right. There you go.
Oh, Harvey, definitely the GOAT.
Yes, he is the GOAT. He is the GOAT. All right, so we're discussing the plea. And so I can't remember my last question. But thank you, Andre. So I wanted to, we wanted to talk about the 22-7. We're talking about the plea that he entered. So I guess tell me you and him first conversation after he decided to take the plea. Like, what was that conversation like?
He was nervous because he was back and forth. He didn't want to take it. I kind of pressure him. Because I'm like, let's just come home. Once I asked the guidelines and the parole, and is it a parolable? Because once they came down off the violent charges, it's parolable. So what is what he got to go through? Once I realized, I'm like, can you just come home? Just come home. He didn't really want to take it. I'm not gonna lie, he didn't. I've kind of pressured him. We got kids. Just come home. Just come home.
That's the thing, though. Shout out to Harvey. He did his job. That's what lawyers are supposed to do. Even though you committed all these heinous crimes, your lawyer's supposed to get you off. Now, she begged him to come home. He got kids. But the thing is, the family of the murderers, they never care about the other niggas' kids. They never care about the other kids that are affected. It's always about their family. Well, China didn't commit none of these, but Quay, we gonna see what he on, man. But it's cool she got an interview, though. But make sure you guys follow the fifth lawyer, though. She do be in the courtroom.
Okay. And what was his response to that? Was he
was back and forth. He didn't want to take it. I pretty much begged him, like, just come home. Mm-hmm. Once they said they was gonna drop the murder, I'm just like, okay, you have no violent charges. You can parole out in the next 8 months. Trial probably still be going on in next 8 months. They probably still deliberating. Just come home. Just come home. I had to beg him and cry a little bit. And then I brought up the kids.
That'll get it every time.
I brought up the kids. I ain't gonna lie, you the kids.
No, I mean, and that's, you're giving him the full consideration. And that's what I tell my clients all the time is when you go to jail, your family goes with you. So while he is locked up 24/7, tell us, Ms. Nichols, kind of what you have experienced dealing with him being locked up. How has that been for you?
Girl, I have to dye my hair. I have to dye my hair black now. This has been so stressful. Long nights, no sleep, like tons of. It's been a long journey. It's just been stressful. I'm not gonna lie, it's stressful. If anybody tell you it ain't been stressful, they'll lie. It's stressful.
Yeah,
but keep faith, and we never knew that a mistrial. We never knew this was gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? So
y'all need to get me in kind. Let me bring China on here. Let me ask some questions. I got some questions to ask China. Yeah, I got some questions to ask China. So with this plea deal that you guys got, there's no violent crimes that he pled guilty to, even though that evidence is there and we know that it happened. He didn't plead guilty. Well, they got those charges dropped, but we know that those crimes did happen and we have evidence on it. But he pled guilty to the RICO. So Young Thug isn't locked up for a body. Young Thug is locked up for a conspiracy to commit RICO, which Quay pled guilty to the RICO. So he's saying that there is a RICO. Is that making sense? He pled guilty to the RICO charges. They got all of the violent stuff knocked, but he pled guilty to the RICO. We're here for a RICO. I don't know, man.
Every day you just thinking of
It's
all
good
this
for
over
Nichols,
our
though, for
head.
Quay.
And you know, some days you wake up like, yeah, I'm not, you know, even with the best attorney, top attorney in Georgia, some days you wake up like, yeah, he coming home. And some days you like, you know, it's in and out because you know what you're facing. You know he innocent, but innocent people go to jail too. So it's still just, you know, it's just and I have to keep him level-headed. I got to keep the kids level-headed.
Yeah.
And I have to keep myself level-headed, and that's the problem.
Like, and a lot of people tell me, when did he get arrested?
He got arrested October. I'm thinking about his birthday, March the 17th, 2022.
So he has been in continuous custody for
31 months.
31 months.
31 months.
And what was going on with his life when he got arrested? Was he working? What was going on at that time?
Yeah, everything was good at that time. Yes, he was working. He's a contractor. He was working. We was doing, you know, being a family man, tending to the kids. He went to work, home, work, home. He wanted to be a rapper, but he was working mainly.
Okay. And where was he when he was arrested?
He was in a car with one of his co-defendants.
Okay. What? This is what I'm talking about. So China, the guy that took the plea yesterday, Quay, the guy that took the plea yesterday, this is his wife. And right now she's just asking, like, what was he doing? And this is what I was talking about earlier. Even being in YSL, you're trying to rap, you're in YSL, you're committing these crimes. Young Thug ain't putting you niggas on. You niggas is broke. You niggas is catching bodies. She talking about, yeah, he was working a regular job trying to rap. How are you in YSL and you trying to rap, but you got to work a regular job? Nigga, you might as well work a regular job and drop the YSL and just be Mr. Nichols. You come on into work, Camarvius. Come on into work, man. Come on, Mr. Nichols. Get in here, man. Get out those. What? Like, what's the point of being in the gang if you gotta work a regular job? I thought when we in the gang, we supposed to be gang. Like, nigga, Thug eat, we eat. This nigga riding around with his co-defendant. But she just told us he was going to work every day, working a regular job. Young Thug, hey, look, hey, Thug, I want to rap. I'm YSL. All right, Mo, what you need? Hey, I'm gonna drop a mixtape. I just need you to get on 2 songs for me. Do a verse on one song, do a hook on another song, and that'll be my mixtape. Man, Thug wasn't helping these fools out. She just said this man was working a regular job. Where was he when he got arrested? Oh, with his co-defendant. What made him go shoot somebody up under the bridge? Like, what kind of shit? This is why joining the gang is not beneficial, guys. This is why joining the gang is not beneficial. She just said this man's working a regular job every day.
He's level-headed.
Yeah.
And I have to keep myself level-headed, and that's the problem.
And a lot of people tell me, when did he get arrested?
He got arrested October. I'm thinking about his birthday, March the 17th, 2022.
So he has been in continuous custody for
31 months.
31 months.
31 months.
And what was going on with his life when he got arrested? Was he working? What was
All right, Amy. All right, I'm gonna let it play. But the Mr. Nichols, the contractor, he was on a YSL internship. Like, what the fuck, man? Listen what they about to say. So this is when he getting picked up for the RICO. This is what he was doing when he getting picked up for the RICO. He ain't in the studio. He ain't at the mansion with Young Thug and them brainstorming on new songs, new ideas to make YSL great. He's not doing anything. He's working a regular job, but he's riding around the city with his co-defendant. Another nigga that caught a body. He's just riding around with him. Because remember, 2 people were caught together after the shooting of what's his name? Drinks or whatever. We went over RIP to that brother. But yeah, they just riding around, just kicking it. Caught a body, had pills on them, just riding around the city, living the life. Mr. Nichols, you're late for work because Mr. Nichols worked a regular job. Mr. Nichols wasn't slat full time. He was part-time slat full-time Mr. Nichols, but Mr. Nichols decided to take off and ride around with his co-defendant a couple of weeks after they allegedly, well, we can't even say allegedly because yesterday we heard during the plea deal that the shooting did happen, but they dropped the murder. So wait, he's just riding around the city fucking kicking it. While China's at the house, not worried about what Mr. Nichols is doing, knowing that he's part-time slap because she said that he wanted to rap, but we know that he didn't have no rap career because we never heard this nigga Quay on any songs. But let's continue with this interview.
What's going on at that time?
Everything was good at that time. Yes, he was working. He's a contractor. He was working. We was doing, being a family man, tending to the kids. He went to work, home. He wanted to be a rapper, but he was working mainly.
Okay. And where was he when he was arrested?
He was in the car with one of his co-defendants.
Okay.
He's in the car with co-defendants.
Do you guys understand? Like, I'm not knocking them. He got his time. That's what the state says. Justice is served. But she just told us he was a family man going to work, home, work. But we just found out when the nigga got arrested, he wasn't doing either one of those. He was riding around with his fucking co-defendant, who I doubt was a contractor. Exactly, Eric. Obviously, he wasn't at just working home. This nigga's riding around sliding on niggas. That's why he got picked up to go to jail. Contractor, aka murder for hire. But do y'all see this? Like I don't have nothing against none of them. I'm just thinking logically. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, he was a contractor, working a regular job, going to home, going to work, going home. No, we found out this nigga wasn't just a contractor. This nigga was part-time YSL, part-time hitman, part-time drug dealer, part-time kicking with your friends. This nigga's all over the place.
Were they pulled over due to the warrant?
It was a warrant for his co-defendant. And they got behind the car because they knew the co-defendant was driving the car. He just so happened to be in the car with his co-defendant.
Okay. And so tell me, like, where were you when you got the call that he was arrested?
I literally had just got out of the hospital, and I got a phone call telling me that the police was looking for him. Actually, I got the phone call from him, and I tried to make it to him, but by the time I made it to him, he was arrested. That was the worst day of my life. I didn't know. I was in the hospital, so I didn't know what was going on. Mm-hmm. So I didn't know what he was getting arrested for or nothing. I didn't find it out because I just heard that he was getting arrested. I didn't talk to him, so I had to wait till he was booked in to find out what he was arrested.
This nigga's wife is in the hospital. He's a contract killer riding around the city with his co-defendant. Nigga ain't even check on his wife. Nigga just in the streets, bro. Hey, I'm not making fun of the situation. All I'm doing is relaying the information that she's providing. His wife was in the hospital. This nigga's riding around the city with his co-defendant, bro. And we know that they had MDMA in the vehicle because we looked at the damn the court filing. We seen it. Like this nigga's on the block, man.
Matter of fact, I think I pulled up to the scene and I asked him. You know what? That's a lie because I don't like the police. I didn't talk to them. I pulled up to the scene and he was in the car. I left and I had to wait till he got booked in to figure out where he was locked up for. So that's a while.
Yeah.
It took me a couple hours. I knew he was arrested, but I didn't know where for.
Okay. And you said that he called you about the police looking for him. So was he aware that
heard the police? He said he seen the police cars by them. He said the police back around us. So I'm like, damn. And he told me where he was, and I went to him. But by the time I got there, he was already arrested.
Okay. So you get a phone call from him at the jail, and you all are married at this time. So you get a phone call from him at the jail a couple hours later. What was that first phone call like?
Girl, I dropped to my knees. I was like, what you locked up for? And then I remind you, this is before the RICO has came. Okay. So he's just locked up for murder. But he got 2 different gang charges, and one of them sound like a RICO, but it's no RICO. So he was like, I got a gang charge or something like what they put on the RICO. I guess the officer told him. So we still just, we didn't think nothing. I mean, I thought about it, but I ain't think nothing of it. You get what I'm saying? Because it wasn't, the RICO had not came along yet. He was just locked up for murder.
All right. Now, hearing that he was locked up for murder, I know that had to be shocking and troubling because most times people locked up for murder, you don't get a bond right off.
Don't get a bond.
You
don't get a bond. I started thinking about lawyers. I know the lawyers is going to be expensive. Like, what's going on? Tell me this again. It took me like, I don't know. I shut down. I didn't sleep. I shut down. I didn't understand what was going on.
Mr. Nichols was in those streets. Mr. Nichols was doing a little bit more than what he was telling you he was doing. Mr. Nichols, all right, let me ask y'all a question. What time y'all think Mr. Nichols was getting up in the morning? We're not calling him Quay. We calling him Mr. Nichols. What time y'all think Mr. Nichols was getting up, kissing Miss Nichols on the forehead, talking about, baby, I'm going to go to work. I'm going to see you later. What time was Mr. Nichols getting up to start his contracting job? Y'all thinking Mr. Nichols was up before the sun? Maybe 6:30. He was leaving the house around 7. Maybe getting up at 8, breakfast till 8:30, leaving to be on the site at 9 o'clock. Mr. Nichols is up at 5:30. Okay, I can see that. So Mr. Nichols he's a businessman, a contractor, independent contractor. All right.
And that's March.
I was in a dream.
I can imagine. So that's March 17, 2022.
Yes.
So that's when the nightmare started.
Mm-hmm. And the RICO came May the 9th. So he was locked up for murder, no bond. And then the RICO came May 9th, 2022. So now he has a RICO. So now I done called the lawyers. I done asked the lawyer what they charging. I done got 1 fee. Now he got a RICO. So now I called the lawyer. This shit done double. Oh, wow.
Yes, God.
I ain't never heard of a RICO. I ain't know nothing about a RICO. None of that. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah. And while murder is a very serious charge, and you probably got a hefty quote just for that, whenever attorney hears RICO, we are instantly informed that there are multiple defendants because you can't have a RICO by yourself.
Yeah.
So that means.
So speaking of that, that's where this comes in here, what we were talking about. So yesterday, Bruce Harvey categorically denied his client's involvement in any violence in the gang Young Slime Life, but he did acknowledge 2 drug offenses, which was sufficient to form a factual basis for the RICO, which means Young Slime Life is a gang, and there is still possibility for a RICO for anyone that decides to take this to trial. So yes, this is good for him, but if they don't give Thug a plea and they give everybody else a plea and they start saying all of this, well, that RICO's got to go to somebody. You see what I'm saying? That's what I was trying to explain yesterday. I'm not saying that the state is proving anything, but with them giving these plea deals out, this guy pled guilty to the he acknowledged the 2 drug offenses, which is factual basis for the RICO. When everyone was saying, "Oh, the state ain't providing enough evidence." Well, here you go. He acknowledged 2 drug offenses, the RICO conviction, meaning Young Slime Life, which we already know is a gang because Young Thug told us back in the day that Young Thug, I'm gonna tell. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying Thug's gonna get hit with the RICO and get charged with it, but I'm saying with them giving these pleas out, they want the big fish.
That lets you know Diddy will not be facing charges alone because you can't be in conspiracy with yourself. So this, the RICO, like you said, it doubled the price because attorneys know I'm getting to a case. I don't know how many defendants are going to be involved, but they're going to be multiple. So the cost is more because now you're not just focused on this defendant's case, but you have to also work with co-counsel because everybody's charges are different, but they kind of all are under the RICO and they affect everyone differently. So I can only imagine. So you get the price doubles and then what happens?
I went crazy for a minute. I had to get right. And then, so I told Bruce I'll be right back. And then I came right back. And this I didn't want. And then he told me it was going to be a long ride. He said you're going to see a lot of people go home. We're going to ride it out. Because Bruce don't like pleas for real. Bruce want to fight. That's what he do. He live for this. So he like, it's going to be a ride. And
you damn right. If you a lawyer, you trying to fight them things, man. That's more money in your pocket.
To the judge, he said about this judge, he said this case is going to go on so long. He said the case was going to go along so long. He said we're going to watch a lot of people go home, but we got this.
And when he said he knew the judge, at that point, he was talking about Judge Glanville.
He knew what he was talking about Glanville, and I guess Glanville moves slow. I don't know. Bruce said this judge, he said, I know that judge. This case going to go on for a while.
And so
I had so many.
Sorry to interrupt you.
And it was so many the co-defendants also.
Right. So it's going to drag out.
None of your business, Lee. It was triple digits.
Triple digits.
It was triple digits.
Triple digits, ones, tens, hundreds. So it's only a couple $100 to get Harvey? That's triple digits? Or is she talking to M? You got your 100, your thousands, your millions. Is she talking that? What was she talking about triple digits? Triple digits. When I hear triple digits, I'm thinking $105, $207.
With a K behind it.
Oh, okay. Now we got a K behind it.
As a private attorney, I just got to know: is it paid in full? We on a payment plan? We still
paid in full now, but when I started, I was on the payment plan.
Yeah, but you paid it in full, and that's what.
He paid off. Oh, he's paid off now. He's been paid off since last year. But yeah, I started on the payment plan.
Yeah,
I get on handicap.
Yeah, to make it
with over 100,000. Yeah, they better give me a payment plan.
I know that's right, but you made it happen. You paid in full, and your baby's coming home soon. So that was worth.
And that's what I told him because it's a big gap between me and my husband's age, so he didn't know too much about this. I'm like, I'm not giving nobody this what lawyer I want. I'm not giving nobody my money because they went back and forth to court a couple of times with him, no lawyer, because I was still getting the money. I said, I don't care. He was kind of frustrated because he felt like he had no look. I said, I don't care. This is too big. I'm not giving anybody my money. I'm giving Bruce Harvey, and that's who I'm giving my money to. And that's what I did.
I know that's right. And you spoke about
Man, Thug and them lawyers told y'all to go to Harvey. Y'all ain't know nothing about no Harvey. She told me, I'm giving my shit to Bruce Harvey. Yeah, all right.
Age difference. What is the age difference between you? You don't have to tell me your age. I'm not asking that. But
I tell you the age difference. I'm gonna tell you my age.
I don't know his age. I haven't with him. I haven't with him.
It's
A couple years. Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You think y'all been together how long? Like y'all been together for a long time. You've been married for 5. So look, age ain't nothing but a number. So not. I just heard it. So I just wanted to inquire. All right. So let's get back. So RICO comes in May. You've done everything to get Bruce Harvey onto the case, and just I guess it took a long time. First off, to get a jury chosen. When he got arrested in March and then indicted in May, did you know that things would move as fast as they did for trial to start?
He's 29.
That was fast.
I said to start. I didn't say the
I'm
trial.
asking is that no, I'm talking about to.
Yeah, she probably about my age. She probably about 38, 37, 38. Because he's 29. Yeah. Yeah, she about my age. We probably went to school. She's probably like a freshman my senior year or something. Yeah, she probably kicking around 30, 35, 36. Take that hat off, I'll be able to get a better judge. But I think she probably about late 30s, probably like 36, 37 maybe.
Is that considered fast?
Well, I believe that.
Well, yeah, that is kind of fast because I think I retained Bruce. Like he got locked up March. Then RICO came May. I had already started on his murder, but when RICO came, they shot up. So I probably retained Bruce around August. So yeah, and they started trial. I mean, getting ready to start jury selection in January.
Yeah,
that is fast. I mean, I forgot. It been so long. I forgot how quick that was.
Okay, because
that was the fastest part of it.
Yes, that was the fastest part of it. Yes,
yeah,
and that was super fast because I have clients not in custody, but I have clients that are waiting on cases that the arrest occurred 2021. I'm going to court tomorrow for a case that occurred 2021. So the fact that trial and you have a resolution, it was fast. And shout out to Brian Steele. That is what kind of created what we see today. This is why the trial, it looks like the state is kind of put together as they go, because unfortunately
they had a speedy trial.
Yes, when they indicted it, Brian Steele filed a motion for a speedy trial, which meant the state had to hurry up and try him. Had it been normal, you all may have just started. Yeah, it's because there are other defendants that are in Fulton County now waiting for a trial. And they're usually a judge calls the trials in. They try to, it doesn't always stay that way, but they try to do it in the order of indictment. So if something has been indicted in 2020, they're going to want to try that case sooner than the 2022 indictment that Mr. Nichols had. So
yeah, I mean, if y'all want me to go to something else, we will. I was just playing this because I'm looking for other stuff over here. I mean, it's cool to hear like the background of what's going on. The fit lawyer, she was on the lead attorney's channel. That's how I found out about her. So, like I say, make sure you guys go subscribe to the Fit Lawyers channel. She's out here. She's doing her thing. You know, there's a lot of lawyers popping up. You know, that's good. I'm an uneducated black brother that just likes to watch courtroom stuff. I'm more of a business side. So the legal aspects, I don't really know too much about. But, you know, on the business side, we start talking about businesses and the corruption there. You know, I got a little bit of expertise on that side of the field. Or if you guys want to talk like some bio, you know, saying engineering and environmental, you know, that's my expertise is. But I like to hear the stuff that's going on. Shout out to the Nichols family. You know, they paid that check. I'm a joke around and clown on everybody, but Mr. Nichols, the contractor, he he was out and about. So what this is telling me is, fellas, don't sleep on the, you know what I'm saying, on the 38, 39, 40-year-old, you know what I'm saying? Because they going to hold you down. Now, I don't know where she got the 250 from, My bad, the 3 digits with a K after it. I don't know where she got the 3 digits with a K after it, but you get you one of these older ones, they gonna hold you down. You know what I mean? They ain't really gonna give a fuck what you doing in the streets too much. You know, you got a little leeway. So you get you a little China nickels. You know what I'm saying? Get you a little China nickels. This is like the behind the scenes. So we're seeing what happened from the time he got arrested to the lawyer selection, that process, to them getting out. But you hear what she's even saying. They elected a speedy trial, especially for a RICO. That's why the state was messing up so much, because they didn't have time to prepare for all of this shit. This shit was overwhelming. So, I mean, hey, that's what you got your lawyers for. They know, like, boom, boom, boom. As far as it goes for us, we want the speedy trial. We can go ahead and throw them off their game. So that's, you know, it's the legal aspect. It's just a drawn out process. It's who can play who the most.
Let's fast forward. Jury selection starts.
Oh, yeah, you good.
That was a long process. Are you going to court every day?
Yes, but at that point, we wasn't able to be in the courtroom. How we was in the courtroom now, we was in a separate courtroom watching them on Zoom. So that's like sitting at home. But you still got to go because they won't see you there.
So have you literally been every day of trial? I think we're on, today was like day 100 and something. I got to check and see. But have you been there every day?
I would be lying if I said I've been there every day. No one has been there every day, but
Right.
I've been there majority of the time.
Wow.
I have work and stuff, so it required me to miss some days.
Right.
But that's anybody, But yeah, I've been there majority of the time. I would lie if I said I was there every day.
No, I mean, well, yeah, and I could tell today the rapport you built with the deputies and everybody. I could tell that fan favorite. So China has been coming to court. Everybody knew her. So I'm glad that he was able to see that support, because so many times people don't have support coming out to the and dear old Christian. Shout out to Great Wives. So yes, I know having that support, being able to look, and she's showing you the ring, look and see your face there, keeps them up, because it is draining. It's a lot, especially having to go to trial, because they do wake the defendants up super early to bring them over. They eat crap during the daytime just because they don't get a meal like they're back at the jail, because they're in the courthouse lockup. So I know you being there for support was something that was very important to him. So I'm glad that you had the opportunity to do that. Now, did your job have to work with you? Like, did they know what was going on?
No.
Oh, look at that. You wait on your wait on your shoulders for 2 years, and your job didn't know. That's amazing.
It's not. I mean, I'm my job. I'm self-employed. I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay, all right. Shout out your business. What type of business do you have?
I'm an accountant.
Okay. And so what do you specialize in? Tell us what you specialize in. Like, I mean, you're an accountant, like.
Now, I took 3 classes. I took 3 accounting classes, and nothing that they were preparing me for was anything I wouldn't have to, like, I wouldn't be able to tell somebody about. What are you an accountant for? Don't tell me you're an accountant for YSL. Don't tell me you're an accountant for YSL. Oh, don't tell me. She was an accountant, all right. He bring in the money. He throw the money on the bed and tell her, here's a stack, count that. Yeah. She was counting the money that contractor, Mr. Nichols, was bringing in. So she's self-employed. Contractor Mr. Nichols was out getting the money, and she was counting the money. Now that's what you call a power couple. Okay. What are you as an accountant? I don't want to hear nothing about, oh man, they didn't question China Nichols about her. She got on here and said she was an accountant. Y'all been asking me what do I do for work since I moved here, and no one knows exactly what I do, and y'all would never know what the fuck I do for work, because y'all would never be able to call work and report this nigga Mo is acting a damn fool on the internet. Don't nobody know where I work, and they ain't never gonna know where I work. All y'all know is I move around. This is my second job since I've been here. I relocated, I got to one, and then I moved to the next one. Don't no one know where I work. Don't no one give a damn where I work. Just know I got a job. I'm an accountant. All right, well, where the fuck? I'm a lawyer, so I defend cases. You an accountant? What you be counting? Because you can't be a certified accountant, talk about 3 digits and then put a K at the end of it. Because if my accountant comes to me talking about, all right, Mo, we've been going over your books. You got 3 digits. I got $100 left. Well, put a K at the end of that. Nigga, why didn't you say that? I almost had a heart attack. 3 digits with it. What? Oh. 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 Would you guys be okay with your accountant coming in? Let's say you got like $275,000. All right, I've been checking your account, Mo. I was projecting we'd have 4 digits by now. $1,000? We're down to 3 digits. What do you mean 3 digits? Put a K at the end of it. How much money do I have? Just say that. Oh, 275,000. Oh man, that's 6 digits, man. Why are you telling me 3 digits? They said no court today. Who confirmed this? Let me see where you find it at.
Do you say you're self-employed? So do you do taxes? Do you do
anything that has something to do with numbers?
Okay, hey, look. So
Self-snitching at his finest. Anything that has to do with numbers. Oh my goodness. When will they learn? When will they? Let me go to Thugger Day. I'll keep playing this.
Mr. Nichols had the right person in his corner, because I mean you had to wheel and deal and get the money together and get all of this. So he had the right person. So that's amazing that you were able to just be such a great support to him. So tell me about your kids. I think you said you all have 3 kids.
We have 4.
4.
Yeah.
And
they missed one today, but yeah, we have an 18-year-old college student.
We have it. This nigga's 29. There ain't no way he got an 18-year-old unless you was messing with him when he was 11. Him and her son went to school together. So if the kid's 18, let's just say 16 is the youngest that she had him. That'll put her at what, 34.
We have a 13-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 13-year-old daughter, a 10-year-old daughter, and an 8-year-old son.
Okay, and a college student, girl, boy?
Girl, she's my daughter.
3 girls and a boy. Okay, so tell me what it's been like for them through this process. Like, have you been able to?
Good shit, G-Lo.
All those kids are daddy's kids, so they aggravate. I have to deal with this every day, literally. When my daddy coming home? They want to go to court. I keep them from court because I don't want them to see it. I try to shelter them from the TV. I don't want them to see it. I lie to them because I just don't know how to, you know, that's something hard to tell your kids. Like, I wasn't going to tell them that unless I had to. So I hide it from them. I mean, they probably look at, you know, everybody, it's everywhere. So they probably see it, but not in my house.
Okay, I understand. And I think that's a good thing to do, because it is just, it's a lot. And kids, it will be hard for them to understand everything that's going on. They don't need to see all of that. So I'm glad that you did shield them from that.
Wait. I'm assuming all of these kids are hers. Maybe the 8-year-old is his. Maybe the 8-year-old is his, but the 13, the 18, because it was 3 girls and a boy, and one of them was a college kid. So she got a kid in college, the 18-year-old boy, the 13-year-old, and then the 8-year-old. So maybe the 8-year-old boy is his because the 13-year-old, that means he would have had the kid at 16 and she would have been well in her 20s. So maybe just the 8-year-old. Maybe. All right, I'm overthinking this. I'm gonna leave this part. I'm gonna leave this alone, man. But how was the 13 and 8-year-old talking about when's daddy coming home? When's daddy coming? Man, that ain't they. Well, one of them that ain't they dad. So how are they gonna be like that? I don't know, man. We'll leave it alone. Let's continue on, man.
So when did you give them the news of the plea deal that was being entered today? Like, how did that discussion go?
Today. I didn't tell them till today. I knew yesterday, but I didn't want to tell them because I didn't want nobody to be crying and all that, and then he go to switching up. So I just waited till today when I got home. I let everybody know. I didn't want to tell. Because if they would have started crying and whining, it would have made him be like, "No, I'm not doing it." And I knew that was.
Yeah, like you're not shielding these kids. You could easily just get online. Everyone at school knows your dad was YSL. We know about your dad getting arrested. Like, come on, this is Atlanta. When I lived down there from 2009 to 2011. My nephews were, was it 25? My nephews were 13 and 14. Now, Twitter and stuff wasn't like around. There was Facebook, but they knew everything that was going on in the city. So you're not shielding these kids. Everyone at school was like, man, we seen your daddy on there, man. We know your daddy taking a plea deal. Your daddy about to be snitching. You know what I mean? Like, you're not shielding these kids, especially if they know your dad was hanging around Young Thug.
It was in his best interest to come on home. So if they would have whined and cried, he probably wouldn't have. So I didn't let him do that. I didn't tell them.
Now, I know you said that you kind of talked him into it. So when you all woke up this morning, was he still kind of going back and forth? Or
this morning, you know, they go to court so early. So I didn't talk to him before court this morning. Because, you know, the jail phones are off. He has no way to call me when he go to court. So I didn't talk to him before court this morning. But the last thing I talked to him about last night, he was okay. And I felt comfortable. Okay. I felt comfortable.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems like he held out to get the best deal. And a lot of times, I know a lot of people were kind of coming in the chat like, you know, why take a plea? Why not fight it out? What was kind of...
Because my husband, he had other stuff outside of this RICO. So this plea was the best thing for him. He already had probation. So his probation was already going to be violated because he's already arrested for something. Whether he get found guilty or not, he's arrested. They're going to violate probation. So it was the best thing. It worked out best for him. He's not pleading out to a murder. He don't have a violent charge. All gang charges dropped. All gun charges dropped. Why not? And he got...
See, that's what happens when you get in these gangs. It ain't for the better of the gang. It's what's good for you. He played out of all this shit to get him out of stuff. But guess what? He pled guilty to the RICO charge. The whole reason we're here. So any crime that was committed, well, whoever the head honcho is, Young Slime, any crime that's pled guilty to that's a part of this RICO goes up to the top person. So yeah, it's good for him. But if they don't give Thug a plea, then if we go on with trial, all of these cases are still up under here. That's what I was saying. People were saying, oh, the state ain't proving nothing. That's why they're giving out all these pleas to stop the mistrial so they can get more evidence. It's not a dirty game. It's the way that game is played. All these lawyers, yeah, they've been talking together. They talking to Brian Steele because they're in on this together. But at the end of the day, you got to do a deal that's best for your client. This is Quay's wife from yesterday. So right now, she like OT said, she don't need to be doing interviews. Well, I mean, he done already played to all this stuff now, but so I mean, we good, but still, man, she talk about she's an accountant, but she don't have a like an official job. She just does anything with money. This is some wild shit right here. This is
Yeah,
some
so
wild shit. This interview should not be going on. I mean, it's all right because it ain't going to incriminate nothing. It may be. I mean, I'm sure the feds don't give a fuck what she's doing. They got Mr. Nichols, the contractor. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. Pinned in the chat is my link to my other channel, The Mo You Know, where we'll be doing more of this. But since these pleas are coming down, I'm just doing it on both channels. But most of all, my legal stuff in courtrooms is going to be on The Mo You Know. So if you can subscribe to my other channel, subscribe to this channel also if you haven't. But subscribe to The Mo You Know. And we'll continue on with this interview because I'm getting reports that there isn't any trial today as far as giving out pleas. So we'll just stick around and see.
Oh, and that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, let's just go.
All right. So and I'm trying to keep up with the chat. Little Gaming Channel has a question. He says, "You're amazing. China, do you got a sister?"
No, I don't have a sister.
Sorry, Little Gaming Channel. I tried. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel. I've gotten to know him through the lead attorney's chat room. The community is awesome. We are 653 in the chat right now watching this live, which I cannot believe. This being the first time I'm live. China and I, as we sat in the studio before we came up, we were super nervous. Both of us were nervous. She was nervous, and I'm like, I'm nervous too. So this has been amazing. So I kind of got more the hang of it. So if anyone has any questions that you all want me to ask China that don't feel I've covered so far, drop them in the chat. Everyone is just really sending a lot of well wishes. I know you'll be able to go back and see the replay and see the comments, but they are really supportive. Seems like the deal worked out for both sides. I can kind of see where the state settled because the DA is going to be able to announce that she got a RICO conviction out of YSL member.
That's what I was saying. Regardless of how much time they get, they pled guilty. So you did get someone off the streets. That's why I said yesterday, the state is 1-0. They still get 7 years out of him. Of course, he ain't going to do the whole 7, but they still got a conviction on the RICO. That's a W.
But
the state did. The state know the state dropped the murder charge. They know they didn't have nothing.
Now
let's don't waste these people's lives. They just don't waste these guys' lives.
No, trust me. They got something. Believe me, they got something.
All this time, and I guess that's a tactic. You're gonna tire them out so they take something.
Yeah, you charge them, charge with a lot, and if you will it down and get one conviction to the one count of RICO, I get to, as the DA say, I got a RICO conviction against a member of YSL.
Conviction, but you still have an unsolved murder because you don't know who killed these people. So what's the win?
Yeah. What's the win for the victim's family? They were in the courtroom today. Now, was that the first time they had come? I suppose not, but how many times had they kind of been in court? Had you seen them?
That family? That's probably like they second or third time coming. They came when we first started. They ain't been there no more. So
Okay. And that was the family of the victim of the murder that got dismissed against Mr. Nichols. Is that correct?
The drinks murder, yeah.
Yes. And I did notice how, even though the state, and I know this had to be upsetting, even though the state dismissed all other counts except the RICO, meaning the murder, they dropped the gun charges, they dropped everything but the RICO. During Ms. Hilton reading the factual basis for the plea, she threw in everything.
Don't bring it up because she made me mad.
I know. I'm sorry, we gotta talk about it.
I won't play it. How you drop his murder and you try to throw the murder in his factual agreements? And you heard Bruce tell them, no, we're not playing to that. We're playing to 2015 and his 2017 things that 2017, 2019, when he's already pled to. He's not playing. My client.
OT, a nigga took a plea deal. He admitted guilt to a RICO. He lost. That goes down on the state. That's one for us for the RICO. They got a RICO conviction. That's a win. Like, I'm not on the state side. I'm not on none of these niggas' sides. But when you look at it in the books, when you bring your resume in, what happened? Well, I had me a RICO charge on the YSL. Oh, damn, you had a RICO conviction? Hell yeah. Made that nigga plea out. That's a dub. You got to go serve jail time. That's a dub for the state, regardless. Regardless of how you feel, what you think. Even the lawyer right here is saying the same thing. How Miss Love went through all that in there. It ain't me gassing nothing. The facts are a nigga took a plea deal. A nigga got to go to jail. The state won. Who's next? Bring your ass on down. Bring your ass on down.
Did not commit a violent crime, and he's not pleading to nothing with that murder. He's not doing that. Ain't what we pled to. How the hell you take his murder and try to put in his factual acknowledgement? Girl, bye.
Exactly. How do you dismiss the count against me? Say you're foregoing a conviction of this count against me, but still, when the court asks for a factual basis, act like I committed the murder. That was ridiculous, and I'm so glad
that is diabolical.
He did say, man, we ain't acknowledged none of that violent shit. No. We got the 2 drug things though. She was throwing all that shit in there.
Yeah. And I'm so glad that Bruce Harvey handled it the way he did. He was very adamant in letting them know we are entering a negotiated plea, but we are not accepting the factual basis dealing with a murder. We are not admitting to doing anything violent. And let me go to the lead's question really quick. You spoke about other charges that and what do you want me to call him? Mr. Nichols, or what do you call him?
Quay. You can call him Quay.
So you spoke about other charges that Quay faces, and I believe those stem from a charge that he got while he was in custody due to the YSL case. Is that correct?
That's not what resulted in this plea. He had other stuff outside this RICO that resulted in this plea, like probation and some other little minor stuff. But that charge that he got since he's been incarcerated, dealing with Bruce Harvey most likely will disappear. Hopefully.
Okay. So the probation you spoke about. So have they worked out a revocation deal that will run concurrent?
Everything gonna run concurrent. He actually had less probation than he started with.
Right, because you get credit for against your probation for all of the time that you have once you get in custody. So once you're placed on probation, if you're picked up for any other charge, your probation starts back running during that time because you're actually in custody. So it's counting towards that sentence. So he's been in custody now 31 months. So then that's going to be less that time that he had remaining at the beginning on probation. It'll be less that. And so
I'm saying the probation that he walked away with his plea with his 7 through 13, he actually had less probation than he had before he went in there.
Oh, on the other charge. Okay, so on the revocation, do you know when that will happen?
I don't think he have to go back. I don't know. Don't get me down. I don't want to quote the wrong thing. The charge that he got since he been in there, that's the only thing he have left to deal with. But his probation before he went in there, he had, I can't even tell you how many years, like a lot of years of probation. But I know it was more than the 13 years that he got left.
And so when did they agree to lessen that time, or when did he resolve that?
Within his plea. And I went in there, girl. I did know.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna pull it because I heard in court. I just didn't hear them mention anything. So what I'll do before the next time I go live, I will find the revocation paperwork so we can take a look at it and see exactly when that was done. But so you're saying probation's resolved, and the only thing that he has remaining is a riot charge that he received since being in custody. And I think he got arrested
now, so it'll probably be resolved before he leaves before he gets ships off.
And now I think he got arrested for that charge May of 2023. May 17th was the day he got arrested, but I think it occurred May 14th, 2023.
But it was inside the jail.
And that was Fulton County Jail. Is that where he was being housed?
In Fulton County.
Okay. And are you able to tell me what happened in that case?
Very long, damn. No, they just had a riot. I don't know how and why. That type of stuff. He don't be liking me to know when he get in trouble for real. So I can't tell you. I just know they had a riot. Why they had a riot, how they had a riot, I don't know. Because I'm mad. I don't like no charges. That's new money. I don't like all that.
Right.
You know how hard it is him to call me and tell me he got a new charge?
Yeah. And the riot at the jail, it could be just a fight broke out in the cell. I mean,
it wasn't.
All right, we trying to get to some of the interesting stuff. What we got going on with the trial, man? Fuck them rioting and this nigga trying to call you. All right, here we go. What the lead talking about?
Just finally kicking me in the butt and saying, go today, go, let's go. So thank you, China, so much for coming up. I got some more questions, but I just wanted to take a moment just to thank you all. This has just been so amazing. China, they want to know if you have a Cash App. Do you have a Cash App, China? If you do, text it to me, and then I'm going to drop it on the banner so that people can send you some blessings as well. So as soon as China sends me that, I will post her Cash App. Yes, Lee did kick me in the butt too, right? Because he told y'all to come follow the channel. And when you're blessed with that outpouring, how can I not, follow through and come up and go live? So thank you all so much. And we are going to, China is sending me her Cash App. I'm gonna grab that when it comes through, and then I'll post it in the banner, and we'll get back into some more questions from her. Thank you. We'll be right back. Okay, so I'm gonna ask this question while I'm working on this banner. So you stated that Ms. Quay was being housed at Rice Street. Can you tell us about the conditions that he faced while being at Rice Street?
They calling me.
Oh, that's what happened.
My bad. I ain't know y'all can hear me. They keep calling my fucking phone, bro. Hold on, my bad.
Okay, good. All right.
Oh, the conditions there are bad. He hated there. He say it's worse. It's bad. I don't go in there, so I don't know, but I can just tell you off of what he tell me and not for what he says. It's bad. They don't have hot water. The lights don't work. It's holes in the wall. I don't even see how they stay in there. I don't even see, I don't know, but it's real bad from what he's saying. I done seen videos on, like news or whatever, but of course I can't see it because I'm not there. I just know what he tell me. He say they don't have lights, they don't have hot water. It be puddles of feces water in the floor. They don't want to get them no bleach to clean up. They wouldn't at least clean up their own dorm, but they don't even want to get them the stuff to clean up.
I mean, it sucks because they are humans. But do you think we about to give some goddamn felons and convicts some bleach? Ain't no telling what them niggas is going. You just said there was a riot in there, which was probably just like a little fight or something. You think you're about to give these fools some bleach? They gonna be over there pouring this bleach on each other, trying to catch niggas on fire. Hell no, we ain't about to give them niggas no bleach. It's prison. Don't do crimes. You ain't. Well, I will say this: in Amsterdam, the jails in Amsterdam, lovely. Now I was just in a holding cell for 3 days, but lovely. It was nice. And they put you in your own individual one. It was cool. Now the day room, I only got to go to the day room on the second day. The first day I had to stay in my cell. They fed me twice. The second day, we went to the day room. That's where I seen the dude that was hitting his head on the door all day. And then the third day I stayed in there because I ended up getting out early on the 4th.
Oh goodness! So they have to clean up They have to clean up their own dorm, but they don't get cleaned up.
Yeah, nobody. I mean, I'm sure they supposed to have custodians, but shit, they don't have them, so they got to fend for themselves. But they won't even give them the stuff to get it.
So there, I'm not lead, y'all. So it's some stuff, okay, I'm just gonna put this on here because I don't even want to say it. So if you all follow the lead attorney at AV, this came out. I think Woody might have mentioned this while he was testifying about. Have you heard? Has Quay ever complained about the shower and the water being, hold on. Okay. All right. She jumped out. She'll come back. So her phone's blowing up because she shared the live with people. So
Yeah, like I said, make sure you guys follow the Fit Lawyer ATL. I found out about her through the lead attorney, but she's getting these interviews, so got to show her some love. I think she got like 3,000 subscribers in a day, so she's on the way up there. Hopefully, we'll see her work with the lead attorney. He got AV to the seventh power over there. The lead attorney, I used to watch the lead when he was just doing when he first started. Man, the brother done blown up. Man, he big time on here. The number one most super chatted person on YouTube, big lead attorney.
we will ask her when she comes back. Yes, I don't doubt that Woody was telling the truth. Being a public defender in Fulton County, I spent most days at the jail. There were courts that we had to cover at the jail, so we were always there. It was disgusting. No one wore their Sunday's best. You see a lot of stuff. There was one time we were in court and the hold on one second, y'all. Let me make sure she's good. And the sewage bagged up at the jail. And so I don't know for y'all who have been to Rice Street, where they have jail courtrooms on the first floor of the jail where they would do probation court and things like that. So they the sewage bagged up and everything that goes into a toilet was coming out of the floor. In the cell with the inmates, they were screaming and hollering because, of course, they're locked in. They can't get out. Us, the attorneys, we were able to run from the area and get away. But I was there from 2006 to 2014. So that jail really, to me, needs to just be imploded and rebuilt. It is disgusting. I don't really understand how you can even repair it. In its states while it's open, it's just really ran down. What I hear from clients, because I did have a client recently as of last year that was there for a while on some serious charges, and the locks don't lock. Like a lot of the locks don't lock in the cell locks or the pods. So he complained like he can go into his cell and sleep at night, but if somebody wants to fight him or get at him, they can pop the locks and come in. So it's just such a bad situation. A lot of clients that come there or, defendants that go through Rice Street are ready to move on. Like that sometimes influences someone's plea because they don't want to remain in those conditions. As a public defender, I would represent people at first appearance, and that's the court that you have as soon as you're arrested on charges. And sometimes, I would call young people's parents. Yes, DeKalb County, same way. I would call parents and tell them, like, your son's here for this. And it'd be something stupid like,
all right, man, no disrespect, but I'm trying to hear what the hell's going on. Here go a question about the judges.
Judges are bullshit. Whitaker equivalent to Glanville.
Oh, y'all heard it here. Oh, not equivalent.
She's equivalent. Clock that.
Okay. So let's get into that. So Doug did an interview today with Mr. Dennis on the way out. And so he said that he likes Judge Whitaker and that he is happy with how she runs her courtroom and the order she maintains. Like, what do you feel about that?
Everybody entitled to their own opinion. She came in, she got a messed up situation to come fix. You get what I'm saying? So they put her in a fucked up situation to come fix. But she buys too. She said it.
Yeah. She's right on the money. Judge Whitaker did kind of show a little of her bias, and I know that one of the co-defense attorneys, I'm not sure how many, have filed a motion for her to recuse herself based on her statements when the mistrial occurred last week. And so I'm not sure how many of you all tuned in. If you stay on a little like later tonight, I don't have that link pulled, so we're not gonna do that. That's a little too advanced for the first stream, but you can go find it. And she basically made a comment because she asked them to stipulate to the fact that we're going to be talking about a Quay and we don't know which Quay he mentioned. And she actually said on the record, I'm trying to help the state fix your error, your sloppiness. And so bring China back up. When the judge said that comment, what was the reaction in the courtroom? Like,
what? Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. This is our first time doing this, and I should have got on my laptop. Cause baby, this phone is driving me. All my friends want the link. Baby, they should have been got the link. Oh, but yeah, I don't. That was just crazy to me. What you mean? You trying to help fix the stop, and you said it. Like, what the hell? That was crazy.
Yeah.
She, ooh. I mean, she a little bit better than Glanville, but they equivalent. She biased. She ain't just. She just was a little more smoother with hers, or dressed it up a little bit more. But she's the same to me. She made a fair calls, you know what I'm saying? But she's biased.
All right.
That's
so
why
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm saying that's why where we at. She said she's trying to help the state. She said it. How you trying to help? You can't help nobody. You was the reference, baby. You don't talk. You just.
You're right on the money. And when she said it, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. And she actually took a break after. And I don't know if somebody kind of pulled her coattail, or did she make a call, or did somebody say something to her when she left the bench?
Every time she got to go take 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like she spoke with somebody. I think she be calling Fanny.
Now, wouldn't that be something? Now, I ain't gonna go there. That's trying to say that. That's allegedly. I'm not gonna say that. But I definitely feel.
All right. You say alleged to that, talking about you said it. Yes. Right now, they just kicking it. You know, they got their time. He's coming home, and I think they said, what, in 90 days he might be up for parole. I don't know, man. We'll see. He got up out of here. I thought we was gonna get some pleas today. I'm waiting on the live to show up. I'm not about to sit here and listen to them giggle all day, though. But it was cool hearing the background story of what led up to the arrest, what they were doing when the arrest started. So, like Eric said, this is kind of like a behind the scenes.
He's gonna testify. He could have been home last year if he was gonna testify, but he didn't take that.
Yes, he did not. And thank you, y'all.
Nobody. I wouldn't even allow him to take that.
Right. And I just want to shout out, we got 1,004 watching live, 2.8K subscribers. I saw a question. Yes, this is my first live ever. So I got there at 10:30 today. I saw Simone Hilton and Miss Love come in maybe like 11-ish. Now, had they been down there earlier and left, or was that their first? Okay.
They down earlier, then they left.
Okay.
And they left and came back like 2 or 3 times until about lunch hour. Well, Love didn't. I didn't see Love until it was time, but Hilton came out. Love didn't come until it was time.
Thank you, Miss Jazzy Jazz. Thank you so much for that. I greatly appreciate it. So were the hand signs Quay would do to it? They're saying something about the hand signs. Did y'all have some little hand signs going back and forth? Okay. Yeah, that was cute. Okay, so y'all would do that every day when he would come into court?
And blow kisses through the heart. It's a heart. It's not a gang sign. It's a heart.
No, it's not a gang sign. It is a heart. Let's not. Okay, before they try to put you in the next RICO. It is a heart. It is a heart. Someone asked, is Quay going to do interviews when he gets out?
Quay doing interviews. Yeah, when he get out.
Now?
He doing them over the phone. Yeah.
Okay, y'all hear Quay is doing interviews as we speak. Now, did any of his jail calls get served in discovery? That's always like a fear of mine when my clients get locked up. I'm like, don't talk, because when they serve discovery,
we don't talk.
Okay, he don't talk. Good. That's smart of him. So discovery is all the evidence that the state will use against you in a case. The law does not require that discovery to be turned over until 10 days before trial. However, it comes much sooner just because we need time to get ready for trial. And I remember I had a case, it was a child molestation case in Fulton County.
That's the law.
Yeah, the law is 10 days before trial is the last time that it can turn over. Which is why some evidence was still coming out right before trial that they were allowing to come in, because it's 10 days but you usually get it much sooner. But the client I had
in this case.
Yeah, every day. He was charged with child molestation, and in discovery, I got 600 jail calls. 600. And they were looking to see if he was going to be discussing anything about the case on the jail calls. And a lot of times what we even saw in this case, when people get locked up, that's when they're talking, because it's like it just happened. So I'm calling, this is what I got locked up for, this happening, I didn't do this, or this is what really happened. That's when a lot of the jail calls that people have used against them occur when they're first arrested. So this is just a hint. Don't talk on the jail phone at all. It's always recorded. No one is sitting right there listening as you talk. This is not 1960s and we sitting there with no. It's a computer system that.
See, I didn't know it was 10 days. That's good to know. All right, so 10 days, they got to turn in all the discovery to the defendants.
All your calls are saved under your PIN number, and all they have to do is type your PIN number in, hit download, and they have all your calls. Once they get to know the numbers, then they can.
Thanks.
You said what now?
I'm saying thank you to Aaliyah.
Oh, okay, yeah. When they get the number that they call, frequently, they can just search through that way. But they will definitely pull the calls and have an intern listen to see if there's anything in the call that you can use. They can use against you. So just always remember that no one is actively sitting on the call listening, but it's sitting on a server, and they will download it and use it against you. All right, so let's see. Any more questions? China, do you have an Instagram? They want to know your Instagram.
Why didn't you know my Instagram?
Girl, they are loving you. The public is loving you. You are
Finesse_Queen. Finesse__Queen.
Finesse__Queen. All right, let me attempt to add that to the
It's Finesse_. Let me go. It's Finesse__Queen with 3 underscores after that, I think.
Girl, text it to me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, oh, you lost me with this.
All right, let's go see what Finesse Queen looking like over here. All right. Here go China's Instagram. Let me see what she's talking about. Hey, on the way, I told y'all, when you see Ponytail, we handling business. No testimony, Mark. Mark your calendars, you bitch. All right. Hold it down. One thing China gonna do is stay down and bring that home. Bring that boy home every time. Shoot, you overly did that. The countdown to real. Lizard. Wait, is this his Instagram? So then this is showing him getting out yesterday. Young Thug co-defendant Quay hugs his attorneys with a big smile after pleading guilty to YSL RICO charges. Quaymarvius Nichols, I apologize, Mr. Nichols, is sentenced to 20 years, serving 7 in prison. Happy birthday. So his birthday is what, today or tomorrow? He'll be 30. Happy birthday, Mr. Nichols. Best birthday gift we could have ever given you. Same thing. My boy, stay down. He did was in his best interest with no testifying. Shawty one of them ones. Please refrain from the nut. What? Please refrain from the nut holding. Man, nobody on this nigga nuts. Get out of here. Congrats, Mr. Nichols. Remember, he was facing life with without parole. Now with 2.5 years in jail, that sentence is max 4 to 5 years. He can be out in 3.5. Oh man, they was out there. Let me find out. Let me find out Mr. Nichols was out here actually kicking it. Mr. Nichols was really living a regular lifestyle, man. How'd he get caught up in all this street shenanigans? Look at Mr. Nichols. He look happy, don't he? Parasailing, living the life. See, outside the gang, life is lovely. You ain't got to be a tough guy all the time. And there's a lot of things you could be out here enjoying and doing. Mr. Nichols, the contractor. For the weirdos in the back, he pled to drug offenses only, which he was previously pled. No violent or gang charges. Play with anybody but Bruce. Yeah, so this is her page right here, China. Oh, so she does taxes. That's all she had to do. Tax solution. Let me see something. Let me go. We going down the rabbit hole real quick. Let me see something. You know how I get. Let me. I don't know about this. This website ain't got no lock up here. And she wants you to give your name, your last name, your address, your phone, your email, your state issued ID, your W-2s, any other. Oh, hell no. Hey, I gotta ask. I mean, we about to go back to the interview, but I gotta ask. Y'all entering, y'all need y'all taxes done? I'm not, this is no way an endorsement of this, but y'all getting y'all taxes done over here with T-Tech Solutions. I think it's saying Tech, T-E-E-C-H, Tech One Solutions. Y'all getting y'all taxes prepared over here? OT, her name is Finesse Queen. Are you putting your information in over here and getting your taxes done? Your state ID? Hell no. I do my own. I'm on TurboTax, man. I log in on there. They pulling up taxes from last year. Well, I've been doing my taxes on TurboTaxes. I want to say 15, 14, 15. I used to do them. Used to go up to H&R Block, but I was like, man, I can sit down and do this shit. And it ain't even that hard to itemize stuff. But one thing I tell you is, no disrespect, Finesse Queen, I'm not putting my information in here. This don't even, it's not even like, it's not like a homepage or nothing. It's not like make an account. It's just, hey, upload your W-2s, your state ID, and let's get it cracking. I'm gonna pass on that. She couldn't even tell us she was okay. She couldn't even tell us she was doing taxes on the interview. Let me see some. Let's see what Quay got. All right, congratulations on your husband coming home. I pray for them daily. All right, she's doing her thing. She was out living life though. Quay was locked up. She was out living life, wasn't she? All right, Quay. Okay, Zoe the attorney. Y'all know Zoe and Mo, we go together real good. You know what I'm saying? Zoe the attorney. Let me see something. No, I don't know about this. Her track record don't look too good. Let me get back over here. So she was out getting it, wasn't she? August 10th. What was August 10th? That was a weekend, wasn't it? Let me see what's going on August 10th. August 10th was a Saturday. Okay. All right. All right. She gonna get that social security number off that W-2. All right, she out here finesse queen in front of the bank, in front of the motherfucking BOA, Bank of America. Tap in all banks in front of the Gatorade. You know what time it is. All right, China. I see you, girl. In the Celine. in front of the Rose. China got some money. Okay, China. Louis from the head down to my shoes. The skirt, no 22s. And she was out kicking it while my nigga was locked up. Quay in here fighting for his life. She on yachts. She in front of the Rose. She got the Louis on. My nigga was fighting for his. He in there scrapping. It's feces puddles on the floor. They can't clean up in there. They ain't got no lights. He can't make no phone calls. She out kicking it. She doing a thing. We can't even knock China. China got to have a life too. There go Quay. We might have a problem on our hands, guys. I didn't want to stumble across anything like this, but you know one thing about me, once I go down that rabbit hole, there ain't no coming back. Once we jump in there, there's no coming back. Well, my speculation was right. Quay birthday is either today or tomorrow. Quay is 29 years old as of the day he took the plea deal. 29. They said they had a college kid, a 18-year-old, a 13-year-old, and an 8-year-old. Well, 13 years ago will put Quay 29 minus 13 at 16 years old. So the 13-year-old probably is Quay. she said, I've loved this. When God made you, it was just for me. 13 years down and forever to go. There's a significant age gap in between these two. So she was fucking with a 16-year-old. She wouldn't say her age, but she has an 18-year-old and she has a college. I don't know if because they said it was 3 and 1. This is why we were saying she shouldn't be doing this interview. Now, this is down in Georgia. This is some street shit. Ain't no one gonna say nothing. But she says 13 years ago, he was 29. 30 weeks ago, that's still 29 years old, which will put him at 16 years old. We knew that she had an 18-year-old. 18-year-old is what he would have to be 11 years old when that boy was born or that kid was born. Come home soon, Quay. Come home soon. Her name is China Nichols now. Oh my goodness. This isn't me, guys. This isn't me looking for this. We just went to her page. Everybody said, what's her Instagram? We went to the page. We found pictures. We only know her because of Quay, and we found a picture of her and Quay. So she was fucking with Quay when he was 16 because she has an 18-year-old. So an 18-year-old would be when he was 11 years old. So obviously we know that they weren't messing around then, but 13 years and they have a 13-year-old. So he was 16. This is why you got to be careful with what you do, what you post, and what you say. Nah, that ain't his old lady. That's his old lady. He was just a boy. Damn, Quay. Hey, I didn't go looking for this. We were just going through the pictures to see how she was enjoying life while he was locked up, because you got to keep good spirits. The age of consent in Georgia is like 16, but still. Yeah, it's 16 in Georgia. I mean, it's legal, but I'll let y'all decide, man. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This ain't got nothing to do with me. This is just, we just going down. All right, Finesse Queen. Is that my nigga Quay? That my nigga Quay back there? This is when my boy Quay was free, man. My dog Quay was free at the time, man. Let me get off of here, man. I don't want people to say Mo incriminating niggas. The tax goat. Okay, she does silhouette shaping. Get the hair from up under your arms, lady. Colombian trained body sculpting wood therapy. So if you go and get your BBL and everything, you go to her, she'll keep you shaped. But this page right here, looks a little fishy. You know, when you get those messages on Instagram, you want to turn 100 into 1,000. That's what this looks like. Simple list to start your 2022 tax season prep. Well, let me get out of here, man. I don't want to get caught up in nothing. I don't want nothing to do with nothing. Shit, I don't know, man. They just all I know for sure is they said there's 3 girls and 1 boy. They said it was, I think it's a college kid. There's a college kid, the 18-year-old, the 13-year-old, and then the 8-year-old. But we don't have a, maybe there's a birthday party on here. See, now y'all got me doing, we don't need to be bringing these kids up on. I'm not about to bring the kids up on here, man. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, the college kid, there's a college kid and then there's an 18-year-old. The 18-year-old couldn't be his because that means he was 11 years old. So that can't be his. Hopefully it ain't his. You know what I mean? 11-year-old with a kid. But I mean, she said she only known him for 13 years and they've been married for like 5. See, I'm done. Plot twist, all them his kids. Oh man, hell no, don't say that, OT. See, that's the problem. I don't have any, like, you know what I'm saying, shout out to the Nichols family, Mr. and Miss Nichols. But I don't have anything to do with this. It's just when I just click links and I just follow them and see where they take us. I mean, I don't have no dog in this fight, but she shouldn't be doing these interviews like the finesse queen and I'll do your taxes. And then we click on this link. And like, it's just both of these. The tax goat, this looks iffy. If you were to DM me, first of all, anyone calling themselves the tax goat, not the THETHA, listen, the feds are going to be notified because this seems like a scam. I'm not fucking with no one talking about THA, the tax goat, with a small business tax checklist. This sounds like some PPP loan shit. That's what this sound like, man. Hell no. Let me see if they tagged in. And then you go to this form right here. Oh, man. Oh, 18, 15, 13, 8. So if it was 13, it may be 15, 16. The 15, wait. She's only said they know each other for 13 years. So the only one we can go with is the 13. We can't put the 15-year-old on there. The 15 and 18 got to be somebody else's. Because if the 15 and 18-year-old is his, that's some wild shit. That right there is really needs to be investigated. But we ain't doing that over here, man. All right, we're done, man. We're done. See, we're done. OT know I'm gonna read his comments, so that's why OT say some shit like that. Now y'all got me. Now I'm gonna be the bad guy. Oh, it's some hating ass nigga overseas. He over here hating. I'm not hating on nothing. This shit is public information. All I did was click on the link. I thought about getting my taxes done, but when I got on here, I said, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Man, make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Shit. That ain't a good look. Let's see what she tagged. Oh, she got some reels. Oh, she got a little doggy. Got some body sculpting going on here. Yeah, he ain't the stepdad. He's the dad that stepped up. I always wanted to say that one day. But she went to Howard or Hampton? Oh, so she doing everything. Y'all think she getting them taxes prepared? Who this is? Dog gave me freedom when the rest of the world gave me their ass to kiss. Free my fucking brother. All right, they getting money over here. This is 2018. Them folk done free my brother. About twin, I'ma lay some down for sure. Man, delete this. This is what we've been getting in trouble for. Posting that, man, you ain't laying nothing down. Leave it alone. Whole lot of ace for sure. Go. There go Quay right there in the middle. Oh, Quay was really out here. Quay was really out here doing his thing. Quay don't give a damn what y'all talking about, nigga. I'm out here now to beat a body. Money fetish. All right. So Quay was really out here, man. Y'all was hating this whole time. Y'all was hating. Top gunners, loaded business. All right. Look at this little bitty gun he got. Y'all see this little motherfucker over here? This is what they said on Harlem Nights. Stop shooting that little motherfucker. What you gonna do with that nigga would make me mad? Shoot a nigga in his big toe. Oh, man, they was out here on the block back in the day, man, wasn't they? Got the little baby over here. We having something to do when it come to getting paper. All right. All right. We having something to do when it come to getting that paper. Quay was out here, nigga. I don't want to hear what nobody talking about. Look, they don't even tag Quay in it. They tag the finesse queen. Oh, y'all talking about the finesse queen. It's a problem. My nigga Quay on the block, man. This is what it all comes down to. Living the dream. On the block. $100 since day one. Nigga Quay was out here, man. I'm excited my dog's coming home, man. Let me get out of here, man. I don't want no business with no YSL, none of these guys, man. Y'all hold it down, man. Keep your head up, beat your cases. If y'all want y'all taxes done, I did not refer y'all, but there is this here. I'm gonna do a little research on this behind the scene, though. We'll go back to the interview and see what the hell that is.
Sticker underscore. Okay, so yeah, so she's gonna text that to me and I'll get that posted in the chat. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, okay, I'll ask that question when she comes up. Great question, Benny 0123.
What you asking?
Okay, do you talk to the other families?
I speak to the other families. Like, you know, we be at court. We've been in court for months.
Right.
Court family, but
all right, hold on. Here we go. So the hearing defendant, the other Quay, Marquavius Huey, aka Quay, is set to accept a plea deal shortly. No time is given for the plea hearing yet. As always, anything can change. Nothing is set until the papers are signed. So if he accepts, the defense loses a lot of leverage for the pending mistrial. See? If he accepts this plea, the defense loses a lot of leverage for the pending mistrial motion because of the two Quays were the ones most prejudiced by slum life. Shawty's statement on the stand last week. You see what we saying? The state is issuing out all these pleas So the mistrial, you can take that motherfucker and ball it up, and then they can go with like 1 or 2 people on the RICO. That's what I was saying. Like everybody, I'm like, listen, I'm just trying to give my perspective of what I think is going on, and it looks like, God damn it, Moya was right again. So what they're trying to do, like Eric said, they're trying to stop the bleeding. They're trying to get rid of this mistrial. They're trying to get the mistrial off the table, and if they can get it singled down to maybe Young Thug and like one other guy, then okay, boom, no mistrial. But now we got all this extra shit that we can use. You see what I'm saying? Because they pleading guilty to the RICO charges. That's what Thug is in here for. Thug isn't here for a murder. He's here for the RICO, meaning all the acts that went down up under there. Now, even if the murders are getting thrown out, he could still get hit with the RICO and be in the head of the RICO. That's all I was saying. And people talking about the state is losing. Yeah, they may be losing, but they trying to get back in the game right now. It's just all over the place, man. We're not going to know until it's actually over. So we about to see what Quay got. I don't even know what his charges were. Let me go see what the hell this other Quay got. Let me tell you something. If you are a baby mama, a wife, a family member, hey, there's a lot of money to be made on these YouTube streets. You better reach out to somebody, start doing interviews. Hey, Quay, you got a cousin? If you were a cousin to this Quay, I ain't got no money for you, but we can bring you on here. We put your YouTube, your Instagram. We put all that shit on. Come on here. Let me talk to you real quick. Let me ask you a couple questions. How did you feel when Marquavius Huey got locked up? What was your thoughts? You know what I mean? When you made phone calls, how was his living conditions? You know what I mean? But we'll wait and see when that goes down. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We'll go back over here. We'll keep watching the Finesse Queen's her interview. And there we go. We'll go from there. So we don't have a set time. Let me see. Let me go to the live stream. Yeah, we ain't got nothing yet. Oh boy.
And I don't know. I don't hang out with the families or nothing.
Yeah, I will say y'all today trying to kind of.
Hey, I forgot all about Shannon Stillwell. Yeah, Shannon might still be there. I don't think the state is really trying to give Thug a plea. Because remember, even in the beginning, they offered a lot of people pleas, but they didn't have any violent offenses. So now they're going through everybody with the violent offenses. They like, well, shit. If we can at least get the RICO to stick, let's just continue to get the RICO, and this would entice people to take these pleas and admit to the RICO, so we can still get some time on Young Thug. Because if they don't give Thug a plea, but they give everyone else a plea, you better believe all of these other members. Think about it, you're on trial, you got murder charges, you got probation violation. Just take Quay for example. If they're getting rid of all of that, and all I got to do is 7 years, and I can beat a body, I'm taking that. Now, I did say, okay, I did do the drug offenses to the RICO, but I'm gone. Now, that RICO, that shit, all right, well, cool. Who else got a body? Oh, you got a body too? You know what? We'll get rid of the body, but you got to go ahead and admit guilt to the RICO. All right, boom, I'm doing that. I'm out. So now it's just like, okay, well, now all these charges, the RICO is just sitting there on Thug. So why offer Thug a plea deal? And if they do offer him a plea deal, they're going to say, well, all right, we'll do 15. He got to serve another 5-6 years or something like that. You see what I'm saying? Because that's all they're really trying to get is Young Thug. All these other niggas, let's be real. None of us give a shit about none of these other guys. No disrespect. We don't give a fuck about Quay. We don't give a fuck about Quay. We don't give a fuck about Shannon, the Slime Life, Shawty. We don't know you niggas. We cared about Gunna because we listened to Gunna's music, but other than that, these other niggas, we don't give a fuck about. And that's how the state is feeling. The state is like, we really don't care about none of y'all. We want the head honcho, King Slime, truly humbled under God. You see what I'm saying? So Yeah, the state, they're taking less charges and giving less time, but they're trying to build it up to get one person. That's the ultimate goal. But anytime someone pleads, the state or the feds, they automatically, they win that one. That goes down as a W for them. When I have the members only turned on, no, when you turn members only on, the mods automatically, they could still be in here commenting. Members only doesn't have anything to do with the mods. All right, we got about 100 people in here on the 2 channels. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo You Know. Right now, we did get a quick update that there is another plea deal on the table here. Marquavius Huey, aka Quay, is set to accept the plea shortly. No time is given. So what we're doing now is we're over on the Fit Lawyer ATL. We're listening to her do an interview with the other Quay yesterday that took the plea deal as we wait for this one to show up. And, you know, I'm just giving my perspective of what I think is going on. I'm not no lawyer. I'm a doctor. But that's just, this is all we got right now. This is all we can go with. But as I was saying, no one cares about these other guys. None of us cared about Woody till Woody was on the stand acting the fool. But before that, we're like, okay, we've seen Woody snitching for like 4 or 5 days. The state ain't worried about all of that. They trying to get the big guy. But think about it. If they do this RICO charge, they got old boy that went back to jail last week. They get him. If they get this other Quay, that's 3 people on the RICO. If they get 2 other people, that'll be 5 people on the RICO charge. That's pretty damn good, even though they started off with like 29. But remember, they pled out. They gave plea deals to like 15, 16 of them in like the first 2 or 3 months. Yeah, see, getting rid of the Quays who's making the state's case difficult. You get rid of them and they admit, okay, well, we're guilty to the RICO, but you take my bodies away. Oh man, the state is like, well, at least we got drug charges. We can continue to go off of that. So it's a game, man. It's a game. Both sides are playing to win, but you got to do what's best for you. Just like right now, Mr. Nichols, he's getting out. He got to do, they say at least 2.5 years, but they're saying he might be eligible for parole in like 30 or 90 days or something like that. But this is what's best for him and his family. You got to do what you got to do. At the end of the day, I mean, you can stick to the G code and hold it down, but let's be real. Well, I don't commit crimes, so let's be real. Ain't nobody, I'm not trying to do no time for no Young Thug. I'm trying to rap, and Young Thug won't even give me a verse. Like, I'm on YSL. It should be mandatory. If you got a record label, you want all your artists to succeed, man, drop a verse, give them a hook or something. Quay shouldn't have been trying to rap. He should have been rapping. All right, Gunna, this is what we gonna do. We gonna do a song. Look, he gonna drop a mixtape. You gonna give him 2 verses on 2 different songs. I'm gonna give him a hook and a verse. Like, come on, man. You can have a lot of artists popping off, but you know, it's either here or there. Let's continue with this interview. Oh, 9 months. I was thinking it was 90 days. Okay, that's me. I apologize. I'm wrong. Oh, shucks. What up, Tika? What up? What up? Just finished yesterday's video. Here you go again. Oh, yeah. You know, I told you I didn't want to watch this whole trial, man, because there was a lot of days. There was a lot of bullshit going on. So now we get into pleas. We'll just get the meat and potatoes, the most important parts.
Kind of stayed separate from the other family. She wasn't, you know, sitting necessarily down with them. She did speak and was casual. You were cordial, but she's kind of like to herself. That's what I kind of saw. Like, you just vibing over here down, because I mean, it did kind of at times get rowdy. You know, another YouTuber came in and they were sitting down, so it kind of got rowdy a couple times. You know, a couple of the family members seem like, you know, big shit talkers, other families. So it can get crossed. I can understand you definitely kind of just want to stay to yourself, especially in your joy and happiness today, just because, yeah.
Nah, yeah, I was to myself.
Yeah, y'all, she just had a big smile, and yeah, it was just, I could just tell some good news was coming this way because of the way she asked. Okay. Okay, so I had another question about, will this plea deal affect the other defendants? No, well, everyone is charged with different counts in the indictment. So not necessarily, right? But it could be tied together in some way if he has some co-defendants that have the same counts. I'm not sure, but
how would it be tied to the co-defendants that he has?
yeah,
Paid out to his prior charges, which was
right.
a 2017 arrest and a 2019 arrest. He didn't plea out. He only had co-defendants.
Okay, and so what?
She be going in and out.
And so what China is explaining, and I'm dropping her Instagram now, is that everyone had separate counts in the indictment. So his chart, it wasn't like he was in count 49 with someone else. So that's his own individual. And like she said, he originally got arrested for murder charges and the RICO came later. So basically that's what I was kind of gathering from the trial, is that it's a lot of independent crimes that occurred. Some of the people may have been co-defendants in those individual crimes, but they put them under one big umbrella, the RICO, to get the sexiness of the case. So
sexiness.
Today, all his other charges were dismissed. And so how the other defendants, it won't necessarily, everyone's plea offer is going to be different and going to be dealing with what their charges are. However, I am curious to see if, let's say 2 more take pleas and 3, and I'm putting her Instagram here, go back to trial, what is going to happen? Like, I honestly don't know how that will work. I'm going to assume that and these are 3 underscores.
At the end, yes, 3. It's 2 in the middle and 3.
So 2 underscores after finesse and 3 after queen. I don't know if I'm really showing that correctly for you all to understand, but that's what that is. So that's 2 underscores for finesse. Did I not do that right? Do I need to space them out? I don't know. No. So it's 2. Huh?
It's all 1.
That's what it's looking like, or that's what it is?
You talking to me or the chat? Because I can't see.
I'm talking to you. Do you see the banner going across the bottom of the screen? Is that, did I check and tell me?
Yeah, that's right.
She on that damn phone. She said everybody was calling her trying to get the link. You know how that is. I remember I had an interview on the news one time. I'm gonna go back and find that article. I had an interview on the news one time. My mom talking about, oh, send me that link. I'm gonna send it to everybody. Like, man, it's a fucking 10-second. Oh yeah, I think we should go ahead and do that. They were talking about like the it was asking me, should we deny like the taxes to get like a dome built over the Chiefs Stadium and the Royals? And I'm like, yeah, I don't think we should do that. We definitely shouldn't. I'm not trying to pay more money for them bums. This is back when the Chiefs and Royals were terrible. So this is like 2007, 2008.
I can put some spaces. Okay,
yeah,
so
right.
2 underscores after the first, and then 3 after queen. So that is that. They're saying IG has some nice pics. Do you model? All right. So back to my question. All right, answer. So if they go back to court with 3 defendants left, I guess that Whitaker will have them come up with some type of limiting instruction. They have to say something. You can't just strike the trial back up and have 3 people in the courtroom. You got to say something. So I'm guessing it will be the other 3 were severed from the trial, and she won't say why. I'm just really not sure, guys. This is kind of a new arena, so I'm not really sure.
See, even a lawyer is stumped. So don't get mad at me for giving a perspective that I think could potentially happen. There's freaking lawyers that don't even know what the hell is going to happen in this RICO. So don't, hey, if you're listening to this at this moment, don't come to my channel. Oh, you're not. Fucking lawyers don't even know what's going to happen. All right, we've never been in these waters before. We never seen someone fuck up a RICO case like this. When we think RICO, we think in New York doing the RICO. We think in the feds. Well, the feds ain't really doing too much RICO. The feds are just whooping your ass. But even the lawyers don't know what's going on. So hey, don't come over here with that shit. I'm a doctor, not a lawyer.
What is going to happen, what they're going to say. I would think that if I go back, if I'm on trial and I come back in and it's 3 of us and 3 are gone, that I would be worried that the jury may feel biased.
Yeah.
To think like if the other 3 pled guilty, then what makes you not guilty? Like I'm not sure. So it's really just going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Let's see. Any other questions? Because we have now been on since 9 o'clock. I cannot believe that we have been streaming for an hour and a half. 932 people still in the chat. This is just so amazing. China, is there anything that you want to tell the people before we get ready to wrap this up?
We're gonna do a book. Me and my husband gonna do a book. He's been taking notes every day. I've been taking notes every day since the trial started. So we're gonna write a book about this experience. And I talked to him today when he came back from court for about 2 hours. He's doing good mentally. He's happy to come home to his family. You know, he just ready to put it all behind him and start his new life. He have a new life, and we're gonna make the best of it.
Yeah.
All right, Mr.
Now
Quay.
someone's asking
you guys for the support.
Yes. Thank you guys for the support. Does he have any limiting instructions in his plea deal? Like, is there anything he can't do? Will he not be able to travel? Will he not be able to do this?
Get in no trouble. He can't get new charges. You know, the typical probation. But we're traveling. Soon he get home, we're going to the island.
I love it. Because while you're on probation, guys, you definitely can travel. You just have to notify your probation officer in advance to get permission. But he definitely will be able to travel. So he has 20 years to serve 7. That was the plea that he entered. So how that works, the 7 years, he may not serve, and I don't think he'll serve all 7 in custody. So anytime that he is released early, he'll be placed on parole for the remaining 7. So any time of the 7 that he gets out to the streets, let's say he's released and he's been in now 3.5. Let's say he comes home in 4.
Yeah, he's been credited for 31 months and he's eligible for parole in 40, so he can be home as early in the next 9 months.
Yes, y'all hear that, guys? He could be home. Quay could be home within 9 months. So he's up for parole in 9 months, and at that time he will be in custody 40 months, which is it's like 3.5 years. 3.3, that's right. A third. Once you do a third of your time, you're eligible for parole in Georgia on certain offenses. So he'll be eligible. If he gets out at that time, the other 3.5 years will be on parole. So parole, probation, kind of the same. It's a monitoring system. However, if you violate parole, you go back to prison. Because you're still under that prison sentence of the prison time of the sentence. So the 20 do 7 years he has to spend in custody, but he can be paroled early. As you heard China say, he'll be eligible in 9 months for parole. And what was very important about Bruce Harvey putting on the record the nonviolent nature of his plea is that he will have a lighter time. So there are guidelines when it comes to parole. So he will be rated a lower level. Therefore, he'll be able to parole out sooner if there are no violent charges. And so that was very important that the voluntary manslaughter wasn't taken. He didn't take a plea to the.
Yes, that was good. Kendall asked, do I think thugs? I don't know, man. Like, we'll see what this Quay does. If this Quay takes a plea and gets something similar, the only way I can see Thug pleading is they got to give him, like, let's just say 10, and he only got to serve maybe another 2 years. Or I think Brian Steele is going to either let's take this to trial and go ahead and finish this off. I don't know, man. Unless they because I don't think Thug wants to plead guilty to anything. Even though he only has that one charge, it's just the RICO. I think they dropped number 49. It was just number 1, conspiracy to commit RICO. I don't know, man. I can't even tell, man. These dudes. This is why it's just best to not do crime, man. Because think about, Think about what you did this morning. You got up, got you some breakfast. You probably sat around a little bit, got dressed, brushed your teeth, washed your ass, got up, headed on into work, sat down at work, logged in, did whatever you had to do. Thinking about what I'm gonna do for lunch. What I'm gonna do when I get off. Imagine just sitting in here for 150 something days, and every day you got to get up and go to court. Sitting here for 8 hours. You ain't got snacks. You can't listen to music no more. You can't just get on your phone and text. You can't get up and go to the bathroom if you want it. You got to ask permission to do everything. Don't do crime, man. That shit sounds terrible. That shit sounds terrible. Today I got up, woke up about 6:35, turned my first alarm off at 6:25, sat on the bed till about 6:45, looked out the window, watched the trash truck go by, got up about 6:50, brushed my teeth, took a shower, got dressed, head on into work, sat down at my desk, logged in, checked some emails, looked at my phone a little bit, yawned maybe 3 to 4 times, went across the street, got a flu shot, came back in, made sure everybody was straight in the office, went down the street, picked up some breakfast, came back to my desk, and I kicked it. Don't do crime, man. You may not like your 9 to 5. You may not like your job, but trust me, it's better than going to prison. You can do whatever you want. If there's a riot outside, guess what? I can get in my car and go the opposite way. If it's a riot when you in jail, you got to sit in your cell. Don't do crimes, guys. Don't do crimes. Talking about when he get out, we going to travel. Guess what? Next week, I'm going to travel. Next week, I'm going to Amsterdam. 2 weeks ago, I was in London. At the end of the year, I think I'm going to be in Belgium for New Year's, I want to say. I'm trying to go to Ghana, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that time. I'm going to be in Belgium from New Year's. Then President Day weekend. I'm going back to Portugal. Then Martin Luther King, or wait, is it president? No, it's Martin Luther King first and then president. So Martin Luther King, I'll be in Portugal, and then President's Day, I don't know where I'm gonna go. I might go to Switzerland and try to go skiing in the Alps before, before the spring hit. Yeah, I don't have to ask no permission. I just get up and go do what the fuck I want to do. Don't go to jail, man. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. This gang shit, it ain't worth it. Luckily for me, my audience is a little bit older, so we ain't got to really worry about this nonsense. Yeah, like y'all on the live watching this. Tika's back. We ain't seen Tika in 19 years, but she's back. I really wish you had a sound bite. Take that itch to motherfucking trial. Shit. I ain't got that. I got this, though. I got this.
Gonna, I'm gonna tell. Gonna, I'm gonna tell.
Gun charges. So he does.
Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Pinned in the chat is The Mo You Know. That's my other channel. After this trial is over with, we'll be over there whenever we're watching any of the legal stuff or we're breaking down real world. Of course, obviously, Mo.J is for my TV shows, but since this is a moment in life and I fuck with Young Thug, then I had it on here. But make sure you subscribe to both channels, Mo.J, The Mo You Know. We're trying to get 1,000 subscribers over there. Hit that like button and we'll continue to do this until we see if they're going to start trial or not. Because, we're going to do this every day until whenever. But there ain't really like no end date as of right now. But this is China Nichols. And make sure you subscribe to the Fit Lawyer ATL because she's the one that made this possible.
Doesn't have anything that could delay his parole. It's just really be up to the parole board. Now, things are different. They don't do parole hearings like they used to do back in the day where you could bring people in and you go in front of these people and you plead your case. A lot of times people don't even know when they're up for parole because it is just a review of the file and they make a decision. So I've handled a parole consideration case before and we put together a packet for that and presented it to the parole board. It was on a murder case. He was not granted parole, but it wasn't a hearing. We were just able to submit a packet. I knew the day that it would be reviewed. So a week prior, we submitted a packet, got character letters. That's pretty much all you can do at this point is just put a packet together and submit it in hope that they'll parole him. So He doesn't have any violent charges, so we're going to be praying with you that he gets paroled in 40 months and come home. And can I get the first interview when Quay gets out?
Yeah, Quay should be home in 2025.
2025, y'all heard it here. Quay will be coming home in 25. Can we get the first interview with Quay on the outside on this channel? Can we get the first interview?
Yes.
Yay, y'all heard it here. So Quay gets out. If I got to come down the right street, if I got to, escort y'all to the studio when it happens, who knows where it will be with the channel by then. We will have Quay on the channel when he is released. He will be eligible for parole in 9 months. 9 months. Y'all heard it here. So, yes. Okay, she already got the date. It's probably already circled on the thing. Thank you so much, Little Gaming Channel. Thank you, China, for being my first guest. I just want to thank you. You were warm and welcoming in the hallway. You didn't know me from Adam. You literally were looking for Miss Sylvia. Sorry. And I said, she's in the media room.
Sylvia, come on, tell Miss Sylvia don't get on her live and talk about us without talking to me.
Thank you. You wanted Miss Sylvia to get the facts. And when she looked for her, I said, she's in the media room, but you can step out right now and chat with me. And she did. I showed her that I was on Leeds Live. She gave me the intel. I gave it to the community as soon as I got it from her. And after court, I saw her giving an interview to someone else. And I made a comment joking with her. And she said, I got you. Take my number. She gave me her number outside the courtroom. I locked it in, texted her right then, gave it a few hours because, I was on a high too from today. Just everything that happened on the Leeds channel, just getting all these followers, checking in. Down for RICO, price doubled, 6 figures. So,
all right, man, that's pretty much it there on that interview. Right now, we just waiting around, to be honest with you.
It may be some stuff about the trial, but I really, really want to do a lot of education to you all.
Let me see what we got here over on YouTube. Oh, man. Let's see. So Thugger Daily, this is in the courtroom yesterday.
You posted it already?
She already said it. She straight up said Thugger Daily is saying 1 o'clock.
Oh, I
Then Sylvia Marie said 1 o'clock.
And then you're like, oh, look at this. Thugger Daily has
why, we should know this before. What the hell?
See, right now, no one knows what the hell's actually going on. Let me see. Infamous Silva, she be in there. What's this? Bregan. Young Thug, RICO trial. Let me see something. Oh man, he ain't got nothing going on over here. He just going live. I need to learn how to go live on Twitter anyway. Let me see. It's 24. A co-defendant in Young Thug's RICO trial accepted a plea deal, stirring up the courtroom drama. Was next. Is this from yesterday? Oh man, I don't know if I want to click on this shit. Fuck it. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, is this yesterday's or is this today's? October 30th. So this is Quay Marvis. All right, one of Young Thug's co-defendants reached a plea deal with the prosecutors. The long-running YSL RICO trial, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, published on Tuesday, the 29th. Quay Marvis Nichols pled guilty to 1 count of violating Georgia's anti-racketeering laws, and numerous murder and weapon charges were dropped. The 29-year-old was previously facing life in prison. However, Judge Page instead gave him 20 years. Nichols will only have to serve 7 years behind bars, 13 on probation. He also received credit for 2 years he spent in jail since the arrest. And we just heard that it might be 9 months that he's potentially able to come home. Stay out of all kinds of criminal trouble, Whitaker told Nichols in court. Make this birthday present to yourself, to your wife, to your family, that you leave from here today and leave whatever you used to be behind you. Following the plea deal, only 4 co-defendants remain. Oh, so it's only 4 people left, along with Young Thug. When the indictment came in May 2022, Stoner Life founder, gunner, brother, they were all arrested, violating the RICO Act. So it's only 4. And then we got the other Quay about to drop. So if the other Quay drops, there's only 3 people left. Who? Those still being tried along Mr. Williams include Marquavius Huey, also known as Quay. That's who we got today. DeMonte Kendrick, the rapper known as Yak Gotti. Rodalius Ryan, Little Rod, and Shannon Stillwell, known as SB or Shannon Jackson, are all charged with violating the RICO. So if they get rid of Quay, it'll just be down to Yak Gotti, Jeffrey, Little Rod, and Shannon. What the hell was... Let me see. So in Atlanta news first, for the first time since she began presiding over the superstar rapper Young Thug's trial, Judge Page said Tuesday she found some evidence of organized crime, likely conspiracy in a massive judicial proceeding. Whitaker's comments marked the first time she publicly commented on the merits of Fulton County prosecutors' attempts to link the global music superstar to criminal street gang responsible for numerous offenses. In accepting a plea deal from one of Young Thug's co-defendants, Quamarvius Nichols, Whitaker said, I find having heard the evidence up to the point of the trial right now that there is evidence of at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. And there is evidence that would fall within the required statute of limitations to establish this RICO conspiracy. So accepting the plea deal, when we were just watching that, the judge is saying that there's evidence that the RICO was, because he pled guilty to the 2 drug offenses. So, RICO doesn't just have to be catching bodies. Is anything that's really making money. You know what I'm saying? You can do drugs, you can goddamn extortion, anything in furtherance of the gang, we making some money off of it, or doing overt acts like unaliving somebody. So even with his murder shit gone, there's still enough for a RICO conspiracy. Nicholas, aka Quay, accepted the plea deal and pled guilty to 1 count of conspiracy of attempting to violate Georgia's Racketeer RICO Act. In exchange, Fulton County prosecutors dropped the remaining charges: the murder, participation in criminal street gang, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony. Nichols was sentenced to 20 years. We know about that. 7 to be served, potentially get out in 9 months. Attorney Doug Weinstein, who represents Demonte Kendrick, aka Yak Gotti, in the trial called the plea deal a win for the state. Where's OT at? Where's everyone at? Where's everyone at that said the state ain't have nothing? Wait, why is one of the defense attorneys saying taking this plea deal is a win for the state? So the whole time, Doug Weinstein, who Yak Gotti is still on trial for this RICO, said that accepting that plea deal was a win for the state. I thought the state didn't have nothing. I thought the state was losing. Why would one of the defense attorneys say that the state won that with that plea deal? That's interesting. See, I'm not biased. Are you saying that Doug Weinstein, the defense attorney for Yak Gotti, he's biased? He's gassing up the state? Or does this man know what the fuck he's talking about? Because when you take a plea deal, you're admitting guilt to the RICO. We're here on RICO charges. Regardless if your murders are gone, the RICO still stands and we fall up under that RICO. We're all under conspiracy of the RICO. It's just we got extra charges that you would have been charged with outside of, you would have got the RICO charge, but then you would have got all the other shit. We are a lesser team in this YSL case. Without the contributions from Nichols' attorney Bruce Harvey, Nicole Westmoreland, and Lamar Gardner, Weinstein posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, their skills, contribution, advice, and daily friendship will be missed in that sense, and that sense only. The plea for Mr. Nichols was a win for the state in totality. Nichols' legal team was able to negotiate a fantastic deal for him that he clearly believed was in the interest of him and can walk away with heads held high. In totality, as I was saying, that's a W for the state. So originally 29 people were arrested. That's Yak Gotti here, Young Thugger. So Thug is still on. Yak Gotti's still on. Shannon's still here. Little Rod is still here. This is the Quay that's about to, this is the Quay that's trying to leave today. And what is his charges? His charges, Quay is a defendant in the case. He faces 19 counts, including related to racketeering, armed robbery, aggravated assault, guns, hijacking, and street gang participation. Damn, boy, I'm telling you, man, these dummies. Couldn't be me, I tell you that. It couldn't be me. Let me see some community. So Mr. Stillwell, he's still here. I'm gonna try to pull up everything. Let's see. Kristen Eppinger, he done got up out of here already. Funk, he's back in jail. So, all right. So here's Marquavius. This is the guy right here. He got some of the, I think he got the most charges. Marquavius, Quay Marvin. All right. So the Quay from yesterday had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This Quay today got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Golly. So he's about to get some time. Let me see. So he got 1 conspiracy to violate racketeering, 3 armed robbery. So he ain't got no murder. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. So you got 2 of those. 14, 15, 16, 17. Golly. So 14 to 23. Armed robbery, aggravated assault again, hijacking motor vehicle, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, same thing, participating in criminal street gang again, violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act, golly, 44, 45, and 46. Possession of a weapon by incarcerated Wait, he got hit with a possession of a weapon by incarcerated individual. Was he on the listen to these charges? So 44, 45, 46. Possession of a weapon by incarcerated individual, possession of telecommunication device by incarcerated individual, participation in the street. I think, matter of fact, hold on. I think I know who he is. Where's his name at? There is evidence. So he was in jail. Now, they're saying allegedly while they were in jail, somebody called Young Thug to try to get at Lucci. And they said this is supposed to be at 2 p.m. Hold on. What time is it? 1:47. So they're saying that 2 p.m. is supposed to start. So he was in jail with a phone and a weapon. All right, let me see. Give me a second. Yeah, so right here it says, I think that's what this article is about, Kendall. Former Fulton County jail officer facing charges for allegedly taking bribes from inmates, including YSL defendants. Now, this, I don't know if this is from October 8th, but I think this is dating back to when they were in. A former Fulton County detention officer has been arrested for allegedly accepting thousands of dollars in bribes to smuggle contraband, including pills, to inmates in the jail. One of the inmates involved was Marquavius Huey, one of the 6 defendants in the ongoing trial. Now, she was arrested. Carmen Bailey, 31, arrested October 4th, facing multiple charges, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to see what she brought in there. 2 counts of bribery, 2 counts of delivering banned items to inmates. Authorities believe Bailey took payments from inmates' families in exchange for smuggling drugs and other illegal items into the jail, according to the arrest affidavit. Documents show that Bailey's actions came to light in May when jail officials began receiving reports of her involvement smuggling contraband into several inmates. In August, Bailey consented to a search of her phone, and investigators found evidence of over 20 financial transactions totaling $17,000. Okay, she's making a little bit of money. We can't knock her for that. We all gotta eat. We all gotta eat. So roughly, she was making $850 per transaction. That ain't bad. Y'all think $850 a transaction is good? Like, let's say you bringing in a little 10 piece of weed, little $850, which came from inmates, family members, and associates, and they were used to deliver prohibited items to the jail. And I don't know if they got Marquavis's name in here. Court docs. Okay, an investigation revealed that Bailey received payments from 2 of Huey's family members, his mother and his sister. Come on, man. You got your mama and your sister doing this. You ain't got no little chicken head on the street. You ain't got. Hey, are y'all letting y'all mama? If you go to jail, you letting your mom and your sister come and bring you some, you know what I'm saying, make some payments. Like, come on, man. Really? You trying to get up out of here? I couldn't have my mom come up here. So this is what Huey was doing while he was locked up. It says court documents show that on May 6th, Bailey accepted $500 through Apple Pay from Huey's mother, Melissa Huey. In July, she also allegedly received $1,000 from Huey's sister, Jeremiah Huey. In return, Bailey allowed Huey to move to restricted areas of the jail where he could sell drugs to other inmates. Come on, man. I thought you was YSL. I thought you was YSL, man. You hear how stupid this shit is? You in here for a RICO, and we just went over 19 charges. And you're over, oh my goodness. And you're selling a little bit of weed and drugs in here. Surveillance video from July 13th allegedly shows Bailey escorting Huey and another unidentified inmate into a restricted area where they delivered 2 packages, which authorities suspect contained drugs and cell phones. The package were probably reportedly given to 2 other inmates. Ms. Bailey failed to perform the official action of seizing contraband substances appearing to be white pills from inmate Huey and afforded said inmate the ability to temporarily reside within a restricted area where she assisted other inmates in the procurement of contraband. An investigator said in the affidavit. Both Huey's mother and sister have also been arrested on bribery charges, according to the jail. Oh my goodness. You didn't got your mama in this shit now. Now you know what we got to do. We got to go find out who the mama is. We got to see what the mama and the sister talking about. That's the only way we can do this. We got to do this right. If we ain't going to do it, then we ain't going to do it at all. But if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. Let me see. Both Huey's mother and sister also been arrested. Authorities said in other incidents, Bailey used a white styrofoam meal tray to hide contraband delivered to other inmates. The sheriff office confirmed that Marquavius Huey and one other inmate were charged with 1 count of items prohibited for possession. All right. Camilla Bailey's sister, Huey's mother, Melissa Huey, arrested. So The guy that's taking the plea today, you know, we just going down the rabbit hole. We're just trying to follow everything that's going on. So the guy that's taking a plea today, the other Quay, his mom and sister got arrested on bribery charges because they were paying one of the damn COs to bring stuff in for them. So I want to know if they got a video. So this is Carmen Bailey. This is Huey's sister, Jeremiah Huey. And this is the mother. Now, you know, I don't want to say it, but they look like the type of niggas that will be trying to do some stupid shit like this. Let's just go ahead and put it on out there. We got some idiots. That's all we got right here. Right here, live in the flesh. Come on, man. Really? Y'all thought y'all was gonna get away with this? So this is the mom, and this is the sister. And then this is Carmen. Jeremiah Huey. Moved to a restricted area and allowed to sell drugs to other inmates. So like a restricted area. So when you go to jail, they got restricted areas. Some restricted areas might be there's like a cleaning closet, something like that, or you have in some of the pies you have like a desk where the police officer sits. A restricted area, you can't go behind that desk. That's restricted. Or it might be somewhere where the cameras can't view. So that's a restricted area, but they probably got cameras in other angles. So what she was doing was just taking them over there where either they probably wasn't in the view of everybody and letting them do what they got to do, you know, just watching out because typically no one will be over there since it's a restricted area. So that's probably what it is, unless they release the footage. But most of the time, restricted areas like behind the desk, or if there's a room that you ain't supposed to be in, or where like the police are, there's usually like a line you got to step back. You might be able to, depending on the police station, you got a buzz to talk to them. It's all kinds of things it could be. Let me see if they got footage. So Melissa was 45. The sister was 18. Man, he didn't got his family tied up in this bullshit. This ain't really saying nothing. This is the same stuff we just read. What are them braids? Damn. Yeah, so like, all right, like if you look at my room right now, like say inmates can't be behind this board. That's a restricted area. She would allow them to go over there and sell drugs so it won't be on the camera. You know what I mean? That's all they're saying. She let them go in. She escorted them to the restricted area. So she would let them go back here and sell drugs. And she'll just be on the lookout, like up front. Everyone go back there and get whatever they're gonna buy up off of. That's all it is. Trust me. I'm looking at these three idiots. This was not an elaborate plan. This is some easy bullshit. They were probably like under the stairs or back behind like a pillar or something. I'm sure if they show this footage, I'm sure it was nothing. Let me see if we can find something real quick. Listen, Hugh arrested. Oh no, we need Carmen. Carmen Bailey. Drama outside the courtroom, blah, blah, blah.
Officer is now in jail. She's accused of taking $17,000 in bribes to smuggle in contraband. Channel 2's Michael Seiden is live at the jail where he learned one of the inmates involved is a defendant in the YSL trial. Michael.
Linda, we've learned that when investigators searched this former detention officer's iPhone, they found financial transactions, some of which were between that defendant, Marquis.
Wow, I was shocked.
That's the reaction that Fulton County Deputy Tessa Cole says she had as she watched this jail security video in July during a criminal investigation.
What I tell you, it's probably nothing elaborate. She just escorted them to like a room they ain't supposed to. Oh my goodness. What is this? Was this Channel 2? WSB TV. All right, let me see something. I knew this was nothing elaborate. These dumbasses. We'll keep that up. 4 seasons. Okay, we'll take this one out. AP News, videos. That's the same shit there. Former Fulton County detention officer accused of taking bribes of inmates. Well, they said on the camera they seen like the styrofoam. She was just trying to hide the drugs and stuff. But as he said here, whenever you see an inmate behind a guard or an officer, that's how you know they fucking around, or if she trusts them, they getting some money from them. Because you never let the inmates behind you. You always got to keep your eye on them.
Of the jail, one of whom has been blurred because of his cooperation. The other inmate.
Well, there you go. We got the other inmate cooperated. They said, "Hey man, what was y'all doing in that restricted area?" This nigga told. It's always going to be a snitch, man. It's always going to be somebody telling. Let me run this back so we can hear the whole article. Yeah, the other guy told. It's really that easy.
Criminal behavior back in May. In the surveillance video recorded back in July, investigators say Bailey is seen escorting 2 inmates into a restricted area of the jail, one of whom has been blurred because of his cooperation. The other inmate has been identified as Marquavius Huey, who's one of the 6 defendants currently standing trial in the YSL RICO gang case. Court records accused Huey's mother and brother of paying Bailey a combined $1,500 to help him sell contraband to other inmates. Reported her alleged criminal behavior back in May. In the surveillance video recorded back in July, investigators say Bailey is seen escorting 2 inmates into a restricted area of the jail, one of whom has been blurred because of his cooperation.
Oh my goodness, man. Hey, this Quay, we know this Quay taking a plea deal. He was fucking up why he's look, if y'all can take that charge off of me being in jail, going in the restricted area, selling drugs. Look, I'll give y'all whatever y'all need, man. Y'all take that off, man. You know. Damn, man. This dumb. This stupid. $1,500 for 2 new charges. I'll tell you one thing. Couldn't be me. couldn't be me. Well, that's him. And we're just waiting for them to go live. So we got Marquavius taking that. Diamante Kendrick. He still has a charge. So Shannon Stillwell, he's still here. Shannon Stillwell, I don't think he's going to get a plea deal, but he's got charged 1 and 2. So 1 and 2 is conspiracy to violate the Racketeering Act and also a murder. So he's still here. Shannon Stillwell still has a body because they're saying he's the one that killed Nut. So Shannon Stillwell's still here. That's really what we need to see is 1 and 2. You got that murder on there. Diamante Kendrick, aka Yak Gotti. He's got the same thing, the RICO and the murder. He's still here. So Shannon Stillwell and Diamante Kendrick, they both got the body. Now, this is the body of Donovan Nutt, who was YFN Lucci's manager. So these two, shit, I don't think they're gonna offer these two a plea, and that's what they're gonna do, try to single it down, because if they can get one of them to plead guilty for the murder charge, and they plead guilty to the RICO, well, Young Thug's under the RICO, so it's got to be more than one person for a RICO. So if either one of them gives up any information or is found guilty on that murder, that falls upon the RICO. And if they can connect it to Young Thug, which I don't know how they would, but man, it's looking ugly, man. This is some dumb shit. All I can say is better them than me, man. I did some messed up things in my lifetime, but I ain't never do no sliding. Let me tell you, make that clear. I may joke around we watching TV shows, but I never did no. Have I been shot at? Yes, multiple times. Was there some shooting back? Maybe. I can't remember. It's too long ago. But I ain't never killed nobody. I don't plan on it either. These dudes are just stupid, man. Oh, well. We here. Like I said, we still waiting. Is it 2 o'clock yet? It's 3 p.m. Let me see something. Let me go over to Thugger. They in the chat talking about it don't take 30 minutes to sign a plea deal. Ain't that the truth? Oh, this person ain't on nothing. They don't know what the hell they talking about. Search. Yep, same information. It's just so that's all we're waiting to see. What real quick while we waiting, I'm gonna go grab me something to drink. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Be sure to click the Mo You Know. It's pinned in the chat. Subscribe to my other channel. Hopefully the trial is it's not the trial. Hopefully we can get this plea deal started because we've been on here what 3 hours now. So we'll get that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab me some water and we gonna kick it just for a little bit. I'm trying to kick it tonight. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tell me what that thing smell like. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Wait, man. Where we at? We ain't got started yet. Yeah, long crime keep telling us 2 o'clock. Jeez Louise. Yeah, they just saying 2 o'clock, man. I don't know. Well, guess we'll wait. So yeah, we got Diamante, Kendrick, Yak Gotti, Young Thug, Shannon Stillwell. But both of them were allegedly in the vehicle when Nut was killed. So now we see why they're trying to get everyone else to plea out and keep the 2 that were allegedly on the main hit that started this whole RICO. So we're gonna see, man. Because hey, Eric, I don't know if you was in here, but we just seen the Marquavius that's about to take his plea deal today. They caught his ass on tape with drugs and shit in phones inside of the jail and pills.
The other inmate has been identified as Marquavius Huey, who's one of the 6 defendants currently standing trial in the YSL RICO gang case. Court records accused Huey's mother and brother of paying Bailey a combined $1,500 to help him sell contraband to other inmates. reported her alleged criminal behavior back in May. In the surveillance video recorded back in July, investigators say Bailey is seen escorting 2 inmates into a restricted area of the jail, one of whom has been blurred because of his cooperation. The other inmate has been identified as Marquavius Huey, who's one of the 6 defendants currently standing trial.
Hey, that's fucking wild, man. You know, we hear all of this tough talking. All these dudes just be telling everything, man. The other guy, they said his name. I think there was one where we got his name. One defendant after the plea deal. I don't know. We're not even about to follow him, even though he's probably connected to some other shit too. Okay, so here we go. They're narrowing it down to just 3 people. Rodalius Ryan, aka Little Rod, is also set to take a plea shortly, according to his girlfriend. Oh, so they're trying to bring all of them in together. They're trying to, if these 2 take a plea today, that leaves Diamante Kendrick, aka Yak Gotti, Shannon Stillwell, and Young Thug. The 2 people that Woody even said in 2014 or 2015 when he was snitching, they were in the car. The 2 people that allegedly killed Nut and Young Thug left on the RICO case. Now, what did little Rod have? What was his shit? What's his name? Damn, where's this shit at? Rodalius? I don't even know how to say that name. Rodalius? I don't want to. Rodalius? I don't know. Rodalius Ryan. We can just Little Roderick. We're gonna call him Little Roderick. What does he got? Little Rod. Slime Life. Oh, Little Rod, just conspiracy to commit the RICO, to violate the RICO Act. Oh, you know he taking his plea deal. He probably ain't even got nothing. They probably just gonna give him like, shit, you got time served. You get on out of here. But they probably gonna tell him, you gotta tell what you know. I gotta tell him what I know. Because if all he has is a conspiracy, that's all that Young Thug has. Well, Young Thug got 1 in 56. What is 56? Participation in the street gang. Okay, so they're trying to tie that gang in. So yeah, Young Thug just has the conspiracy. Oh man, they trying to single this all the way down to just the 2 killers and Thug. Oh man, it's about to get interesting. Thug got to take this to trial now. I don't even think they're gonna offer Thug a plea deal. Well, on Law and Crime, it just says 2 p.m. It doesn't. But with this information that they said, the girlfriend is saying that he's going to take a plea, so they're probably waiting. If they're going to take a plea, the judge is probably like, we'll just bring both of them in at the same time. We're not going to start one and then wait for the next person. Once all the terms come together, bring them both in. We'll start with whoever got the less amount. Well, they'll probably start with old boy because he put his in first, and I'm sure Quay want to go home. His stomach is rumbling. Get his shit out the way. As soon as that's done, bring up the next one. What you got? Okay, get him up out of here. All right, so we're getting somewhere today, man. All right, guys, we're here, I guess. Let me see. Or is he already in jail, though? Lil Rod is already in jail serving a life sentence. So what plea deal is he taking? He's already serving a life sentence. He's trying to get out of this conspiracy. That's some wild shit. That's some wild shit. What up, Dwight? Talking about shut your dumb ass up. You look dumb. Thank you, brother. I'd rather be a dumb looking individual than a nigga in prison. You can call me whatever I'm the dumbest nigga you know. Go ahead. Matter of fact, what I want you to do is hit that like button and share this with someone who enjoys looking at dumb people. Go ahead and send this to them and let them know Mo is the dumbest nigga on the internet. Go ahead and send this to them. Matter of fact, send that shit to your mama. Send that shit to your daddy. Send it to your grandparents if they're still living. If not, RIP to them. It's unfortunate. My condolences. But send this to your baby mama. Send this to your goddamn boss and let them know that this nigga Mo is dumb. But just send it to somebody. Oh, sorry, wrong person. Oh, okay, cool. You know, like I say, if I look dumb, thank you. All I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to live, man. But as you guys know, there's nothing you can say or do to me on this channel because I don't take social media serious. But yeah, go ahead and send it to someone else. So Little Rod is already in jail for fucking life. Let me see. Nah, you good, Dwight. You good. You good. Ain't no worries. Ain't no worries. Ain't no problem. Ain't no problem. Then why is all these TikToks taking forever? What's that TikTok? So if he's already, I wonder if he has a life with parole. Let me see. Let me go into this damn Reddit real quick. Hopefully they ain't got no damn. So Little Rod, aka I don't know how to pronounce this nigga's name, man. Ryan, when he was 11 years old, he was reported missing. He's now 19 and doing life in prison for a 2019 murder. Life.
Straight into your bath with Dr. Teal's. Dumping magnesium completely changed my life.
So I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I have the privilege of representing Rodalius Ryan over there in the back. Poor, young, convenient. That's all it takes to become the target of the state. I'm gonna break that down for you. Poor. Rodalius was born on a couch. Let that sink in. He was born on a couch. From day one that he was brought into this world, he has been fighting to survive. The hospital was only 5 minutes away. I don't want to throw a school under the bus or anything, but the elementary school and middle school that he went to, 98% of the children there were on free or reduced lunch. What that means is they know that the national or under.
All right, man. He's already in jail for life, man. We're here for a RICO charge. We're really not trying to hear about his upbringing. We know that he caught a body already, and he's only here for a conspiracy. So I mean, I'm trying to think. I don't know. I'm trying to find out what is the terms for his life sentence. Like, why would he take a plea deal if he's serving life? He might have life with a possibility of parole, and this would take away his parole. Okay, here we go. Where's the audio? So that person right there was Quay, who's taking a plea also, and then that's Shannon. There goes the other Quay that took a plea yesterday.
Hi, Mr. Steele.
What's she talking about over here? She talking about
Super quick update, you guys. So Miss Sylvia did just post that she spoke to the families of Lil Rod and Marquavius Huey. They have both taken and accepted their plea deals. There has not been any kind of confirmation of what the deals are exactly. However, I am interested to see what Lil Rod gets because he is already serving a life sentence and he had already put up an appeal for his previous trial. Young Thug's record label, they are still there, and his manager is now there as well. And I'm interested to see on what this means for Yak and for Shannon. I haven't really heard anything. And the last thing I heard that Yak's mom said was that she was leaving because there wasn't really anything going on. Post a new update. I will be back with you all to let you.
who's this alley cat? Alley cat meow. Give me a second, guys. Let me see. I'm gonna try to get in contact with Miss Alley Cat real quick and see if we can get Alley Cat on here to keep us updated because I don't know what the hell's going on. Where's this one?
Hey y'all. So they done wasted our time again, but I did get some information for you. So plea negotiations are still underway. Young Thug's record label, they're at the courthouse right now. And this is what I speculate. This could be a major deal going on because we've all wondered, what deal he could take. We always said that he couldn't be a felon or things like that because of traveling tours. So maybe they are really working some things out to possibly give him a great deal or a bond for right now, something. And then his sister tweeted this about 11 hours ago. So it really makes you just wonder. However, from the last update, Huey and Lil Rod did not take a deal. I'm guessing yet Gotti did not take a deal because his mom did join Sylvia's live, and she basically was like she was finna ready to go because nothing was really going on for the day. But Shannon, what about Shannon? It's gonna break my heart if everybody gets a great deal except for him. I want all of them to get good deals, but if everything kind of like falls back on him, that's going to be heartbreaking. Um, there's nothing going on for the rest of the day, more than likely, because Lil Rod cannot be there. He's having an issue with his tooth. The poor baby probably is getting his wisdom tooth for the first time. Moontunk did get.
Why is she calling this nigga a poor baby when he in jail for life for killing somebody? This ain't no poor baby. This is a goddamn murderer. You're talking about poor baby. Hell no, this nigga is in jail for a reason. This nigga done murked somebody. Ain't no poor baby. This nigga made adult decisions. He's got to do his time like an adult.
Shipped off, so he has headed to prison. Someone did message me, and I'm sorry I can't remember your name, but they messaged me and told me this. But I wanted to respect his I wanted to respect D-Body and not post it before she did. So my prayers are still going out to him and his family. But towards the end of Miss Sylvia Live, some stuff happened like a Tyler Perry movie. A girl pulled up in handcuffs, like with a SWAT team or bounty hunters with all kind of mouse-catulies. Here go the clip.
Well, they showed up to the courthouse?
Hey, y'all. So they don't.
Man, I don't know what the hell is going on, man.
Hey y'all, I want to check in and give you all an update. So Infamous Sylvia will be going live from her YouTube.
I thought this was her Twitter. Let me see. There's some wild shit going on. And then yesterday we had the active shooter in Atlanta. This is all we got right now, man. They said Little Rye can't be there, but they said he accepted a plea. So was he in his room, in his cell, taking the plea? I mean, hell, he got life, so it ain't like he's about to get out and run around the streets.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stevens. I'm Attorney Angela D. Williams. I represent Mr. Rodalius Ryan. Okay, so on January 4th, you say that you didn't know Rodalius Ryan, right? Yeah, say it out loud. Let me repeat the question?
Yeah.
Okay, so on January 4th, you said that you didn't know Mr. Ryan, right?
So I ain't knowing that well.
Okay, so you never hung out with him in the neighborhood?
No.
You never called him?
No.
You never DM'd him?
No.
You don't know him personally?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All righty. Mr. Harvey or Miss Westmoreland? Okay, all right. Mr. Matthews?
Man, see, this is why I told y'all I wasn't about to sit around and watch like these trials all day. I just gotta watch like the highlights on Law and Order, man. This is some weird shit. I was not gonna be able to sit around and just watch this stuff, man. I'd fall asleep on y'all. Change his life. So she ain't got no updates. Well, let me see what her Twitter is. So we got Thugger Daily. What up, Derry B? So we got Little Rod taking the plea. We're waiting on that information. Quay's gonna take one. Let's see if Megan got any. I thought she had a Twitter. I guess this is on her. All right. So the last update, well, that was pinned from yesterday, 6 hours ago. Oh, that's Megan Thee Stallion. We ain't caring about that shit. So this is just a letter from Bruce. It's as clean as humanly possible. We're not about to go over all this again. Yeah, ghetto and intriguing at the same time. This is just, I don't know. I watched a couple of trials, but they might only be a week, 2 weeks at the most. I've never sat down for this amount of time. This is ridiculous. I just want to hear what pleas they take it, so I can go lay down, watch. Oh, here we go. We got action. We got action. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo You Know. We got about 100 people in here total. So if you're on this channel, this is my main channel. If you can subscribe, it's pinned in the chat, the Mo You Know. And you can subscribe to my other channel. I'll be doing more breakdowns, and I did have more legal videos and stuff up on that channel. This is more of my TV stuff, but as I mentioned earlier, I fuck with Young Thug's music, and this is just a moment in time, so we got to watch it, and we got to figure out what the hell's going on. So subscribe to this channel, hit that like button, and we do have the cameras on in the studio now. So give me a second to get this up and running. I don't think we have audio yet, though. No audio yet. Yeah, all right, here we go. Here are these pleas. So the first one, are we thinking for the first quay, we got 20 years to serve 7, 13 probation. What we think this other quay is getting? Over or under the 7 years? We think this quay is getting over. I know people, man, you playing with their life, Mo. I ain't playing with shit. These niggas committed these crimes. We got the right as the public to know what crimes these fools committed. And we want to know, is he getting over or under 7 years to serve? And was it 13 years probation? Would it be 15 if you get out in 2 years? I'm thinking this quay might get like 5 years. What I think about 50 Cent in the Breakfast Club, what I've been telling y'all this whole time, man. It's over with, Amari. No one cares about you no more. Ain't nobody trying to see ghosts. You keep running your mouth, man. Just shut up. Just shut up and appreciate the moment, man. You could have been back, like I said, narrating. Or this could be 50 Cent marketing. Remember, Rotimi and 50 got into it at one point because Rotimi was signed to 50 Cent. But he owed 50 Cent like $300,000. 50 Cent said, what we're going to do is we're going to beef online. And I'm going to keep telling everybody you got a #1 song. Why can't you pay me? The song ended up going #1. They both made their money off of it. They didn't have no issues. 50 Cent also did the same thing with Chamillionaire. He dissed Chamillionaire. And when he seen Chamillionaire a couple of years later, he said, hey, man, I threw you an alley-oop. I dissed you. You should have dissed me back. It would have been a lot of eyes on you. But Chamillionaire didn't take advantage of it. Chamillionaire turned out rich as hell at the end. But yeah, man. I fuck with 50, man. I follow 50's movement. Right now, we're trying to see what these plea deals are. Especially if you're about to take a plea deal and get out the same day, or, well, I don't think anyone's going to take a plea that they can get out the same day. But you in here is like, man, tell the judge, come on, man, let me just sign mine and let me do what I got to do and let me get up out of here. I'm either trying to go back to my cell or I'm trying to go home. But I'm not trying to be in court all day, especially when I know I'm signing a plea deal. So you sitting there and you looking at the plea and they talking about, aren't you going to have to serve 8 years? God damn. Fuck. All right, man. Bad. But the thing is, this quay, so Little Rod's already in prison for life. So his is probably so he can get parole. If he pleads, it's like, all right, I get to keep my parole. The other quay, even if he gets out of this, takes a plea, he still has those other charges from the contraband and trying to sell stuff within the prison. So he's going to have to do some time regardless to whatever his plea is here. He's going to have his plea, the time he's going to have to serve here, and then whatever time they're going to tack on with what he did while he was in prison. Oh boy. Let me see if we got any more updates before we jump into this. Megan ain't got nothing. Nah, they ain't showing nothing. But we did find out a lot. I mean, I knew one of these guys was on trial for life, and then $50 promoting the accomplice. Yeah, I know they had their issues, but the thing about 50, if it makes some money,
building your online business.
Here we go.
Go to Wix.com and set up.
All right, we ain't got nothing. Thugger Daily is saying Shannon and Yak have signaled they will keep going. No idea about Thug's status. Sounds his negotiations have been going back and forth. Well, they said one of these guys, I think Quay's girlfriend said he was taking the plea. It's not dangerous. Anyone who hopes it goes away. Here comes drama. I don't think they got anything. Litigants Bob, affidavit Amber. Let me see. I think they might be at the trial. The damn SEAL team. Now, I don't know. Let me see. Just voted 19 minutes ago. I was just at the courthouse and there was a ton of people who looked like family headed to the courtroom. So maybe even more than Huey and Lil Rod are pleading today. All right, who is this lady? Kathy Roussan. Oh, she's the managing. Oh, we need to be following her. She's over at Law and Crime. Managing editor at Law and Crime. All right, go ahead, follow you. See what she got to say first, and then we'll follow from there. Lil Rod and Huey. I already know that. That's all she had over there. The trial is such a FS logistically, will the plea deals matter if they proceed? Do they still introduce evidence of the dismissed counts if they're also overt acts? How will the absence of the pled out people affect others when that evidence is introduced? That's what we were trying to figure out earlier. Just at the courthouse, we read that. If the rest of the pleas don't require testimony or declaring YSL a gang, then I don't see how the state has a case. Holes in every theory already. Jurors are tricky. I wish we knew their mannerisms and emotions during testimony. Did anyone cry hearing about the shootings or murders? Tish, we can't know anything about the jurors. They're hidden for a reason. Their safety. Come on now. Damn SEAL team. What are they talking about? Are they talking about the people that pulled up? I heard Thug has a lot of support at the courthouse today, being interested to see if we hear something today. That made my heart flutter. Doug Weinstein. So Doug Weinstein is Yak Gotti's lawyer. And yesterday, someone said, no, please, the defense is winning. He said, it's not your call, not my call. Solely the defendant's call. Let's respect their decision. So I don't think that Yak and them are going to take a plea. I think they're going to try to fight it still. Let me see if he said anything else. Check out his TikTok. We are a lesser team in the YSL case without the contributions of Bruce. Okay, we read this. Bruce Harvey, Nicole Westmoreland, and Lamar Gardner. Their skills, contribution, advice, and daily friendships will be missed. In that sense, only the plea from Mr. Nichols yesterday was a win. Was a win for the state. In totality, Nichols' legal team was able to negotiate a fantastic deal for him that he clearly believed was in his interest and can walk away with his head held high. So that's Doug Weinstein. They out kicking it. Still nothing, man. Still nothing. We just sitting around waiting and hoping and wishing. Says Doug. Can't we follow her? Let's see if she got anything. YSL trial. Infamous Silva, she's been in the courtroom. No, she ain't got nothing current on here. The lighthearted moment. Ain't nobody trying to see them in jail. We think it's painful, these delays. Imagine being a juror who has to drag themselves around at 8 a.m. in traffic. For real. They basically played Little Rod for a second time. He should have never been in this trial anyway. They better not give him any more time. Let him fight the appeal and free him. Go find Mr. Smith as fast as and make her pay for what she did. Man, I don't know what the hell is going on, man. Come on now. We just trying to. Mookie Betts, Bryce Young. Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. We got 3.5 hours. We got some free time until this pops up. Cause there's only so much we can talk about waiting on these damn 2 freaking plea deals. So if y'all got something real quick, we can run over that until we see some movement in the courthouse. Cause this is taking forever. We just got 2 people coming in here. They're gonna sign some paper, read over everything they got, and get them up out of here. With them taking a plea, would this also shorten the trial a lot since they wouldn't need to go into any indicted acts? His separate charges, crimes, yes, but the overt acts would still come under the RICO. Also shortens trial because that's one less defense team to object, cross, and put a case. The only points to them making deals to all the Quays so they can move past the objections that would lead to a mistrial. Yeah. From Slime Life Shorty talking about both of the Quays last week. Trial will likely continue. Yeah, everybody's saying the same thing. With them taking the damn pleas, there'll be no objections. There'll be no objections. The mistrial will be off the table, and then it'll just be Thug up there with 2 potential alleged murderers. Murderers. Oh, here we go.
Going forward, the county is now in session. Honorable Judge Page Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order.
We got
Good
action.
afternoon. So I understand we have a few pleas to be tendered. And are we going to do them at the same time or separately? Separately. All right. Are you ready, Ms. Vossi?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And he's handling this for the state.
Your Honor, it'll be Simone Hilton for the state.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, this is live.
Yeah, come up to the podium, and then Sergeant Ingram, can you swear Mr. Ryan in?
Yes, sir. Rodalius Ryan, Rodalius Ryan, Ryan.
And Mr. Ryan, are you the same person referred to as Rodalius Ryan on indictment number 22 SC 183572?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you at this time under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
Currently 20 years old,
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you are charged in this indictment with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organization Act, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this plea of guilty and waiver rights form with your attorney?
See how I use an ad blocker?
They're gonna give us an ad right in the middle of the trial.
I'm
Come
not
on,
watching
man.
ads like the rest of you.
That's your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Ms. Leah Abbasi, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding charges in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to speak with her about any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No.
Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
You also had another attorney, Ms. Angela D. Williams. Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
No, ma'am. Can you repeat that for me?
Sure. Do you waive any and all defects in the indictment?
Yes.
And have you been arrested on these charges, specifically count 1, the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act?
He was already in custody, so he was not taken into custody for these charges. However, he was booked for the charges in the Fulton County Jail.
And he was served with the arrest warrant on this?
Yes.
That's right. Get us
Has Ms.
straight.
Abbasi advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for the charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court a sentence of 10 years to serve, commuted to the time you have served in this case? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that this sentence should run concurrently with the sentence that you are already serving for 19 SC 168236? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept this recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
And the court can sentence you to the maximum on this charge?
I understand.
10 years ain't bad. It's concurrent though.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you are not?
I'm sorry, one moment.
That's what I'm saying, OT. Like, you got 10 years that's running concurrent, so it's like, let me go ahead and take that. I mean, shit, I got life already anyway. I don't know.
Please repeat the question.
I don't know if he has life with parole or without.
Do you understand that the
enhancing
convictions?
sentence, that one, the one on enhancing sentence?
Yes, I just needed to explain a bit more what that means.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a
This
jury,
nigga's in
your
jail
right to
for
obtain a
life.
passport, your right to receive, possess, and transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? And after I say each right, I'll ask you to respond, okay? The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assist of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to the presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced?
I know you gotta go through the legal
prosecuting
proceedings. If I'm the
that you went
judge,
to
I'm
the
like, dog, he
No,
got
ma'am.
life
With
without
respect
parole.
to indictment 22 SC
Give him the paper.
183-572, how do you plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, if this case were to proceed and continue with trial, Your Honor, evidence has shown and will further show that Mr. Ryan conspired with others to participate in the Young Slime Life gang through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants and unindicted co-conspirators have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, including drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder, also including social media posts asserting the violent nature and dominance of Young Slime Life, aka YSL. Your Honor, the court has been present for evidence regarding the February 23rd, 2019 homicide of Mr. Jamari Holmes, in which Mr. Ryan and YSL co-conspirator, Damone Blalock, lured both Jamari Holmes, Bernard Mitchell, and Rodney Uten to an apartment at 50 Mount Zion Road, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area. The evidence came out that during the course of that incident, that Mr. Ryan, along with Mr. Blalock, emerged from the apartment complex, shooting at the vehicle which Mr. Holmes, Mr. Uten, and Mr. Mitchell were in, shooting Mr. Holmes in the head. After this incident, a few hours later, Mr. Ryan is seen posting on social media, on a public social media post, saying that YSL makes the news. Right, there has been other social media posts in which Mr. Ryan has promoted or enhanced the reputation of YSL. Your Honor, the state intended to show further evidence that once Mr. Ryan was convicted of the homicide of Mr. Holmes while in prison, he continued to enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL. Specifically, when YSL co-conspirator and co-defendant Christian Eppinger was given a bond for shooting at an Atlanta police officer, Mr. Ryan, while on a contraband phone in prison, posted on his social media accounts, he flashed the YSL sign and stated, "We're coming to get you. YSL shit, free my N-word bris, F the DA, the gangway, we catching bonds on this shit." Your Honor.
Oh, no.
This is the evidence that the state would have intended to show if we would continue with trial. Given the current status, Your Honor, we've made an offer to Mr. Ryan for this commuted time served offers from our concurrent with his current conviction, Your Honor. And I can approach with the documents.
You may.
Now, would you look at that? I thought the state didn't have nothing. Oh my goodness. Oh man. He just admitted guilt to the conspiracy. That's that murder. That's all of this shit is tied up under. And the state said we were going to present those facts if the trial went on. This man right here, the state is 2-0 when it came to these plea deals. Oh my goodness.
To talk to about filing those things, unless either of them is permitted to withdraw before that time.
He did it for YSL.
For you. Okay.
My goodness.
All right, Ms. Abbasi, is there anything that the defense wants to add to the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have had the honor really of representing Mr. Ryan along with Misty Williams, who I'm quite disappointed she could not be here today for an important day. This trial has been exhausting for everybody, and that certainly includes Mr. Ryan, who has been going through the court system since he was 15 years old. We categorically and adamantly deny that YSL is the criminal, dangerous street gang, which it's been made out to be through this trial. We're actually quite happy with the record, which was established during the presentation of the state's evidence of the alleged murder of Mr. Jamari Holmes. This plea today, Mr. Ryan is making a decision which is going to be the best for his future, what future he has, because he's already serving a life sentence. Were he to be convicted and sentenced to additional time, he would remain in custody. As I stated, we think the record established will strongly support his appeal, and hopefully, when his conviction is overturned, we don't want him sitting in prison for something else. Certainly not for actions he took when he was younger and actions he took which are largely a product of how he grew up. As I stated, Your Honor, Mr. Ryan was 15 years old at the time of the Jamari Holmes murder. You've seen through the text messages, he was out at all different hours, doing all different things, which I don't think anyone would want their 15-year-old to be out doing. And so that is where he was. And so he did adopt the people who were around him, the people who could support him, the people in his neighborhood who grouped themselves, calling themselves YSL. Mr. Ryan at no point was trying to advance a criminal street.
Come on,
Invest
man.
in Lift Aircraft, the company with $5 million in.
He's ended up. I would like to say that there's been some sort of rehabilitative function here since was sentenced to prison. It doesn't appear that that has happened. As you've heard, some of his additional cases are within the prison system. It would be wonderful if some of the money spent on a case like this could possibly be invested in the future of people like Mr. Ryan, who go into custody at such a young age and who really then are not given the resources to make the changes that they really would like to make to have a productive future. With all of that said, I think Mr. Ryan has grown up a lot during this trial. He doesn't want to sit through this anymore. He doesn't want to ever be back in a courtroom ever again, Your Honor. He's heard about all sorts of incidents, which the 2015 crimes, he was 11 years old. Mr. Ryan's most sincere wish is to move on with his life, to put this behind him. And we thank the court for the opportunity to resolve the case in this way and not drag it out any further than it has been.
All right.
He just would like to thank the court, Judge.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Ryan, I just want to make sure that you understand that this is ultimately, the decision is yours to make, not your attorneys. And I appreciate that both Ms. Abbasi and Misty Williams have been available.
Real quick, I had to pause it because my dog OT said Mo is rooting for the state. Nasty word. No. I'm not rooting for the state. I'm rooting for Little Rod. Little Rod is the one that didn't want nothing to do with this. This ain't got nothing to do with me. Little Rod accepted that. So if I'm rolling with Little Rod, why would you accept that plea deal? So wait. If I'm rolling with Little Rod, if you're rolling with Little Rod, if he accepts the plea deal, then you're okay with what the state was offering, right? Don't play semantics with me. You feel me? Because I'll break it down for you. Little Rod took this plea deal, not me.
To violate the RICO Act. Whatever the difference of opinion may be with regard to what YSL is or isn't, and what Mr. Ryan may or may not have intended, there is a factual basis that exists from the record as it already is in this case, to support the necessary elements of the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. And I have heard many of the alleged overt acts and the conspiracy evidence to advance the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity and to control personal property and money. And I find that the factual basis for that exists. And I am going to accept Mr. Ryan's guilty plea. I find it to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences of this plea. And I'm going to sentence in accord with the recommendation that both of the state and the defense have worked hard to negotiate here, which is a sentence of 10 years commuted to time served and to be run concurrently with the sentence that Mr. Ryan is currently serving. And certainly within the court's consideration is the knowledge that Mr. Ryan is at this time serving a life sentence for the murder of Mr. Holmes. And while I understand that that is on appeal right now, those are the facts as they exist right now. So that is the sentence of this court. Mr. Ryan, at 20 years old, you have most of your life ahead of you, and I don't know what it is going to hold with regard to your appeal or anything after that. But whether it is more years in custody or whether at some point in time you see the light of day to the outside world again, which is very likely considering your age, as long as you behave yourself while you're incarcerated and do not continue to either commit crimes in prison or violate any of the prison rules, if you can be on the straight and narrow, then somebody your age, after serving some amount of time, is probably going to be considered favorably for parole. And you just have to keep that in mind, that you need to be looking out for sort of the long run and not playing the short game, but playing the long game so that you have a future in front of you still. So that is your sentence, and I wish you luck, and I wish that with further maturity, much like Ms. Abbasi has said that you have already exhibited throughout the course of this trial, that you are able to make better decisions and steer your life in a better direction.
Yeah, I was
Thank
looking
you.
that up, OT. I think in Georgia it's saying,
Mr. Matthews, are y'all ready? All right,
I think in Georgia it's 30 years.
you may. Yes.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna go
25,
ahead
30,
and,
that'll put him at what? Let's just say 50 years old.
see this document.
That's if he doesn't even get in any trouble. That young brother said, I'm out of here though, man. He hot as hell. He was up there. Like, fuck. Damn.
All right, so we already have the signed copy of the indictment. Mr. Huey and Mr. Ryan have both signed, so I have that already. Yes.
All right, we got the next plea up. Let's see. So he got 10 years because it didn't really matter. Oh, come on, they giving us a break, man. Get this nigga up here and let's get the show on the road. Oh, thank you. I was about to say.
Okay.
Hey, this black guy he was always cleaning the court. This is how I'm gonna be in about 25 years. Not the nigga drinking the water.
And
with the
Sergeant, if you
beard.
can swear in Mr. Huey.
Yes. My name is Marquavius Huey.
Your Honor, we have just received the redacted document here, so if I can have an opportunity just to execute the.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
As of right now, I mean, taking the stand, I mean, I think it's just these two doing the plea today. Like OT was saying, maybe everybody eventually plea out, but I don't know if they're, because the other two, they got the main body, the Donovan body, and they're trying to connect Thug to that. So I think those pleas, it's probably gonna take a little bit more time for them to do that. These are just like, he got life. We'll go ahead and accept his. This guy's only got, I think he got 2. Oh, well, he got the jail charges too, but that ain't got nothing to do with the RICO. Look at Brian Steele. Yeah, I don't know if they even got a plea deal.
This is not the first time you're seeing the most of what's in that document, correct?
Absolutely
this is
not.
right.
We've seen
So
this.
there were a couple of items removed from the sentencing acknowledgments at your request. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And otherwise,
I was just talking about wearing
other than
suits.
that
I ain't wearing
section
no suits
4,
every day now.
everything has essentially stayed the same with regard to the rest of the document. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
All right. And you and Mr. Matthews.
I mean, Thug got on the spider. He got on the jumpsuit like he about to leave or something. Maybe bail or something. Uh-oh. We might have something on our hands.
And Mr. Huey were aware of the changes that were getting made.
Yes.
All right. Do y'all need any additional time to look over the refreshed document?
We do not.
All right.
I've reviewed it and we are ready to proceed.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, I have it.
No, that's all right. It's essentially the same.
So we got 7 years of first
Okay,
plea,
thank you.
10 this one.
So you've got the waiver of rights and this separate kind of list of the charges and the sentences. Okay.
This is the other way. So he got,
And the indictment is with Ms. Rosser.
Oh, he the one with all the charges, the 19 charges.
I'm ready whenever.
Mr. Hood, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the answer shall give in the manner now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hands down.
I think he already got sworn, so you're double sworn at this point.
Please state your true and correct legal name.
Marquavius Huey, Marquavius Huey.
And are you the same Marquavius Huey on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No.
How old are you?
28.
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade high school diploma.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you were in this indictment charged with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Count 3.
Yes.
Count 3, you were initially charged with armed robbery, which carried a sentence of 10 to 20 years or life.
Yes.
You were charged with count 4 and 5 of this indictment, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which each carry a sentence of 1 to 20 years.
Yes.
You were charged with count 6 and count 7 in this indictment, which you charged of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
14 and 15 armed robbery.
And that carries a sentence of 5 years to serve consecutive to any other count in the indictment.
Yes.
You were also charged with armed robbery in counts 14 and 15.
Yes.
16,
Also charged
17.
with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for count 16 and 17.
Yes.
You were charged with hijacking a motor vehicle in
18.
the first degree.
Yes.
You were initially charged with possession.
Would you be interested
Come
in
on,
collecting
man.
5-figure
Charged with count
paychecks for a
19.
few hours of work,
This nigga
helping
had
you in your
a
spare
lot of
time from
charges.
home?
22, 23, and 46.
Yes.
And you were charged with possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, which was count 44, and possession of a telecommunication device by an incarcerated individual, which was count 45. You understand that those were your initial charges in this indictment?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes.
Take it to trial.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this waiver of rights form with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your signature on this document on page 4 of this document?
Yes.
He said he was out here working. Hey,
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Carrington Matthews Sr. and Carrington Matthews Jr., about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charge in this indictment, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need any more time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Nope.
Are you are you satisfied with their counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes.
Do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
Yes.
Is it your understanding, have you been arrested on all of the charges contained within this indictment?
Yes.
And Mr. Matthews Jr., are you aware of any other outstanding warrants for these charges?
We are not aware of any.
Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court the following sentence?
Yes.
What we getting?
Let me tell you the sentence first.
Oh.
As to count 1, which is conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, the state's recommendation is 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, the balance of 11 years on probation.
Damn.
As to count 3, armed robbery, based on the negotiations, the state will reduce the armed robbery to robbery and offer a sentence of 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with count 1, the balance of 11 years on probation.
All right,
As to count 4, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, The state will recommend 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1 and count 3, balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 5, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the state agrees to null pros or dismiss that count. As to count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state's recommendation is 5 years to serve, consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 44 to be suspended. As to count 7, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state will null pros or dismiss that count. As to count 14, which is armed robbery, will reduce that to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1, 3, and 4, balance of 11 years on probation. Count 15, armed robbery, reduced to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody.
He's gonna do 9.
Concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, and 14, balance of 11 years on probation. Count 16 will be null pros or dismissed. Count 17, that count will merge with count 15. Count 18 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 19, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, will be 5 years to serve, 5 years to serve consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 17, and 44, but concurrent with count 6, and that will be suspended. Count 20 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 21 will be 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 44. Count 22 will be null pros or dismissed by the state, as well as count 23 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 44, possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, will be 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 17. And counts 45 and 46 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Do you understand that that's the state's recommendation?
Yes.
Do you understand that the total sentence is 25 years to serve 9 years in custody with a balance of 14 years? 9 of those 14 years will be served on probation and 5 years will be suspended. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation?
Yes.
And the court can sentence you to the maximum of each charge and can run those charges consecutively.
All right, so they're going over the same stuff that we always hear. So right now, he had 19 charges. He's only getting hit with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but they said that was going to be suspended either way. That's for the 25. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So out of the 19 charges, they're only going to give him 7. They're going to give him 7 charges. All of it's going to be the same charge, the 20 years, served 9, and he'll be the 11 on probation. But all of the ones he got hit for are part of the RICO, and they kept those in. So this nigga was facing like 115 years. He wasn't getting out, but this is a sweet ass deal for him. But whoever else is gonna get hit with this RICO charge, all this shit's gonna fall up under them.
Yes.
And is this also your signature on this documentation with your attorney going over each of the sentencing, each of the special conditions of probation?
Yes.
And did you fully understand the special conditions of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
28, he'll get out about 36, 37, because he already did what, 2 years? So 9 years, 7 years, probably get out in 5. Oh yeah, he'll be out by like 34,
Ms. Hilton, can
35
you pass
maybe.
that document up to the court, please?
Yeah, if he go to jail and doesn't do anything, he might get out in like 5-6 years. So about 34, 35, still in his
Did
prime.
you want to review before I continue?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
A lot of time on probation, though.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are not a United States citizen? A guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, the Department of Corrections, or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights? And after each right, I'll ask you to respond. The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assistive counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes.
the right to have the charge against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to the charges in that indictment?
I plead guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, if this case were to go to trial, the state would expect, or if we were to continue this trial, the state would expect to show, or evidence has shown and will show, that Mr. Huey conspired with others to participate in YSL through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants, as well as unindicted co-conspirators, have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, to include drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. Also, it includes posting on social media, asserting the violent nature of and the dominance of Young Slime Life, aka YSL. Specifically, Mr. Media, and he.
They're going over the same stuff we didn't already did, but as OT is saying, you think probation is easy, but almost anything violates probation. A speeding ticket, public intoxication, dog. Almost anything will violate probation. And if you violate it, well, it depends on the stipulations of your parole. But in the state of Georgia, a speeding ticket. Now I don't know if they got like speeding cameras out there, but shit, you go through speeding somewhere, boom, you get flashed. Well, you about to go do that whole 20. Damn, boy. Yeah, that parole is gonna be tough, but he'll be older. Like OT says, about 60% of the time. So he's already been in 2 years. He got 9, 60% of 9. What is it? About 5 years. So maybe 3 years. You got to serve like 3 years. He could potentially get out. But then that'll be what? 13 years? No, that'll be 3, 5, 4. That'll be 15 years on probation. God. But fuck it. Just don't do no crimes.
Arrest warrants were issued for Mr. Huey. While on bond for the April 2019 armed robbery, Your Honor, on October 1st, 2020, Mr. Huey went to the apartments located at 250 Fulton Street, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, to meet with Mr. Gary Holloman. Gary Holloman, who is now deceased, told law enforcement officers on the night that he was robbed that Mr. Huey, who he knew, asked to meet with him so that Mr. Holloman could give Mr. Huey money to put on another co-conspirator to Quarius Mender's books or commissary at the Fulton County Jail. Quarius Mender, who is a co-defendant and co-conspirator, is the nephew of Gary Holloman. Mr. Mender and Mr. Huey were friends or are friends. Mr. Holloman agreed to meet with Mr. Huey at the location. While at the location, Mr. Huey, along with another individual, approached Mr. Holloman. One person had an assault rifle. They took from Mr. Holloman his car and his money. They also robbed another young lady by the name of Misha Coppage. Mr. Huey and the other unidentified individual fled the scene and left. Mr. Holloman immediately called the police. When police arrived, Mr. Holloman was able to use another cell phone to track his phone. He was able to track that phone going in the direction of I-75 South, and ultimately that phone was located on Oak Drive, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area, which is the area or territory for Young Slime Line. Also, Mr. Holloman was able to show police officers the social media pages of Mr. Huey to identify him. Initially, the police marked this case as an information, and the case was not initially investigated. However, about 1 month later, Mr. Holloman went to the police headquarters, spoke with investigators. He was able to pick Mr. Huey out of the photographic lineup. Subsequently, investigator Marissa Viverito, who was formerly with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, found a jail call with Quarius Mender, Mr. Mender's mother, as well as Gary Holloman discussing the robbery, and Mr. Holloman discussing what occurred to him. Arrest warrants were taken out for Mr. Huey. He was initially arrested in November of 2020. During that arrest, and pursuant to a search warrant, his home was searched. In that search, they found 2 rifle handguns. Also, they found items belonging to an individual by the name of Chandler Durham. During that search warrant, they seized Mr. Huey's phones, and pursuant to a search warrant, did a search of those phones. Upon seeing the items from Chandler Durham, investigator Viverito checked the Atlanta Police Department database to find out if there were any police reports associated with the Chandler Durham. She found a police report from March 12, 2020. In that report, Chandler Durham reported that while he was working at a music studio, his car and additional items to include a luxury bag were stolen. After finding the report, investigator Viverito went through the contents of Mr. Huey's phone, and she saw a few text messages of note. She saw a text conversation on March 12, 2020 between Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Huey. Jeffrey Williams told Mr. Huey that they needed to take that shit back. Mr. Huey denied involvement in taking the items and blamed it on another person. Mr. Williams then told Mr. Huey in this text message, if he doesn't take it back, he's going to die. Also found a Huey's cell phone incident in which Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams were in conversation with each other regarding rival gang member Rashawn Bennett, aka YSL Lucci. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Huey with a performance location of YSL Lucci. The text message read, handle that tonight, slat. Then Huey responded, slat.
Come on, Huey. You can't take the plea deal, Huey. You got everything on Thugger. God. Conspiracy. The RICO. OT, explain that one to me. He pled guilty to conspiracy for RICO, and now they're going through all the evidence they had on him that he just pled guilty to. Oh, come on.
Your Honor, based on the state's understanding, SLAP means slime love all the time. Then on September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of Mr. Rashawn Bennett. Mr. Williams texted, "Flag candle and stay very low."
Thugger, get off the phone. These niggas is pleading guilty.
I'm gonna tell.
That nigga said, I'm facing 150 years. Fuck what they talk about. I'll plead guilty to all that shit. I ain't gonna take the stand. I'll let all the evidence come out. That's what the state got. So technically what he's saying is, hey, Thugger, all the evidence they got, that's on you. I took my plea. I pled guilty to my shit. I ain't tell on Thug, but they got all the evidence to the shit that I did that is linked to you. But I ain't tell on them. Jeez Louise. That's one way to get out of snitching. I didn't tell. The state got that evidence. Yeah, god damn. He said, I'm gonna do this 9 years. I'm gonna be home in about 4. Fuck that. Fuck that. But he ain't tell. He stood tall. He took his charges like a man. So everybody right now put GG Huey, because Huey stood on business. Huey didn't tell. Huey didn't say nothing. He stood up like a man and said, I'm guilty of these crimes and I'm willing to do the time. It's just that evidence. That shit's on you, Jeffrey. That ain't got nothing to do with me anymore. But see, I'm on Huey's side. I'm supporting Huey. Huey is a man. Huey went up there, took his charges like a man, said, I'm going to go do the time, and that's it. Yeah. Both ways. They took their crimes like a man. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't even take the stand. They went up there and said, I did that shit. What up? Give me my jail time. And they got up out of here. So no, we're not rooting for the state. It's just the state did have their ducks in a row. And we getting all the evidence now that these niggas admitted guilt to. That they didn't say Thug did anything, but Thug is connected to it now. Damn. I didn't know they had all of this information.
Huey's response was slapped and for sure, I've been out the way. And appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. Williams' response was slap, handle that, I got you. In 2021, we were able to recover another phone from Mr. Huey after he was subsequently arrested on grand jury warrant.
This nigga Huey, this nigga use a phone, text everybody, get rid of the phone. They done found, what, 3 phones on this nigga? This nigga, oh, come on, Huey. Stay off the rover.
When we did a search warrant of that phone, there was additional communication between Mr. Williams and Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey told Mr. Williams on November 14, 2021, you know I'm ready to handle the business and you'll sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama. This text message followed information that was provided to Investigator Viverito by Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland, during an October 2021 interview, advised Investigator Viverito that he was aware of a potential plot to harm another another rival gang member, Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Kel, at a venue, Diamonds of the Land on Northside Drive.
And even Woody, remember all that I don't recall? Even Woody snitching is being brought back into evidence now. Jeez. Hey, man, stay off the phone. Commit crimes by yourself. Don't commit any crimes. This nigga Huey had a lot of shit on these phones. Golly. This shit's never ending. That's why they made him go second. They said, no. This nigga got 19 counts. Yeah, we got a lot of shit on this dude.
Mr. Coleman advised that he was aware that Huey was to participate in this plot to harm Watts, and he attempted to tell Huey not to participate. Lastly, Your Honor, on February 18, 2022, While housed at the Fulton County Jail, along with Aquarius Mender, they were both housed in the same cell. There was a search of that dorm specifically, and inside of the cell, there was a shank and an illegal cell phone inside of their cell that they shared. And based on what we know from other evidence that we have, that cell phone was used to communicate with other YSL members. Your Honor, this is the evidence that we believe would have come out had we continued with trial. Given where we are, Your Honor, and the charges, we made a decision to resolve this case with Mr. Huey for the offer that was relayed earlier, Your Honor. And I have a copy.
All right, and with regard to the offer, I just wanted to be clear that on counts 6 and 19, which are possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, while this 5-page plea agreement document reflects that those are going to be served on probation, the intention of both parties is that those 2 counts be suspended.
Yeah.
Is that right?
19, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
and in your global sentence, it says 5 years suspended, and so I assume that that's what y'all meant by that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It said 25, and then we suspended the 5, so it'd be 20 and serve
right.
9, 11 on probation.
Mr. Matthews?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon to this honorable court, Your Honor. I'd like to begin by expressing to the court that we emphatically and categorically deny all of the recitation that's been presented by the court with respect to some of these allegations that's been laid out by the state. However,
What we got?
However, we do recognize that there are enough factual allegations in the recitation to support each and every count to which Mr. Huey is pleading this afternoon. So we do stipulate that there is enough to move forward with this plea. For those reasons, Your Honor, we are standing before this court to talk to this court about the acceptance of responsibility with respect to Mr. Marquavius Huey. Your Honor, Mr. Marquavius Huey was born in Atlanta, Georgia.
Basically, what the lawyer just said is, yeah, all that shit they said, there's significant evidence in there. That's why we pled guilty. Now we're going to give you a story on why he is the way he is. But there's a lot of evidence that they had over there, and a lot of that shit is factual. So we're not even going to dispute none of that. Like, we're not going to dispute the goddamn violent crimes. We did that shit. We're not going to dispute the nonviolent crimes. But we did that shit. We're not going to dispute the overt acts for the RICO because we did that shit. Damn, Quay. That nigga said, I'm going home in 9. The hell with that. The hell with that. 19 charges, 140 fucking years. He said, give me the 9. Give me the 9. I'm going home. I'll let the rest of these defendants figure that shit out. I thought his lawyer was about to say, all right, we plead guilty to this, but not the violence shit. That nigga said, no, it's significant. There's evidence that all that shit could possibly be true. You know, we ain't even gonna dispute it. Damn. Hey, 9 years though. The state is now officially 3-0 when it comes to these pleas.
Georgia. He lived in the Jonesboro South community, a neighborhood project in the Atlanta community. He grew up there. He's seen a lot of things in his short 28-year life. His father was murdered in 2010, and he's been without a father for a number of years. He's been raised by his mother as a single parent. He has a number of siblings. There have been times when Mr. Huey and his mother and his family have been homeless and have lived out of a car. So he's had a very, very hard life as it relates to his upbringing. Notwithstanding that, Your Honor, he did manage to graduate from high school. Mr. Huey, Your Honor, now has 2 children. He's 28 years old. He has 2 children. He has a 5-year-old son, Your Honor, He has a 2-year-old little daughter that was born in July of 2022. He has never met or seen his daughter in person until today, as she's here in this courtroom. He recognizes that choices puts him before this court in this case. Your Honor, we are asking this court to take into consideration that he has no prior felony convictions. I've had a very long time to get to know Mr. Huey because I've been with Mr. Huey on a regular daily basis during the week since January of 2023. I've got a chance to know him. I've got a chance to work with him on his case regularly. And he wants to, when he gets out of custody, Your Honor, he wants to do a number of things, two in particular. He wants to start and become affiliated with a nonprofit organization where he can be able to talk to young children, teenagers, because he was a teenager when he lost his father.
In 9 years, when he gets out, he can go and gracefully do that. You know, while he's on probation, he can go do all that he wants. Now, they're just saying this because they want the court to know, okay, he's sympathetic about it. Maybe the court might not accept that, but you got to make sure that the court does accept this plea, which they're going to do, because this judge is trying to get this shit over with. But you got to say all of this. Now, you know, in the judge's head, the judge is sitting there like us, like, nigga, you wasn't thinking about talking to these kids when you were sliding, telling Jeffrey Williams, I'll handle that slat. I'm willing to go sit down for any of y'all on my mama. You wasn't thinking about your kids then. You've been in prison for 2 years. So that means she must have been knocked up before you got in here. Like, she might have been pregnant when you got arrested. You weren't thinking about the kids then. Don't think about them now. You need to think about this 9 years and how you're going to serve it.
And things begin to take a turn for Mr. Huey. He wants to be able to tell teenagers, young boys, young black boys, he wants to be able to say to them, don't do what I did. And you have another way in which you can go. And he wants to be able to share his experiences in that way. I have linked Mr. Huey up with an organization called the Young Generation Movement. And I've known that nonprofit organization and the founder of that organization for a long period of time. He's also present in this courtroom. And I've linked Mr. Huey up with them so that when Mr. Huey gets out of custody, he will be able to have an organization that can mentor him, that he can align himself with, where he can begin to engage himself with anti-violence nonprofit conduct and mentoring other young people. He also, in terms of being able to earn an income, because he is now, Your Honor, if this court accepts this plea, Mr. Huey will now, for the first time, be a convicted felon. He is not first offender eligible. He wants to get his commercial driver's license, Your Honor, and he wants to get a trucking company and be able to earn a living for himself, because he recognizes that it's going to be a challenge for him to be able to go out and apply for jobs and be able to get income by getting an employer to hire him. So he's going to focus and target himself to be able to fend for himself so that he can take care of his young children that he has helped to bring into this world. Your Honor, we are here before this court because it's an acceptance of responsibility. We recognize that this has been a very long, enduring trial, and we have come to a point where we have painstakingly negotiated with the state of Georgia, and we've come up with a negotiated resolution that we believe is one that is fair. We believe that is sufficient to recognize the seriousness of the charges that are before the court. And we believe it's one that will cause Mr. Huey to be able to see the light of day in a reasonable period of time. Mr. Huey has been in custody. I'd like to enter into the record, Your Honor, as Defendants Exhibit 1 for sentencing purposes, a proof of incarceration from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Huey, through the computations of the various times when he was arrested on these charges and released, and from the time that he's currently been in custody to the present, he has approximately 4 years under his belt against that 9-year sentence, and that 9-year sentence is parolable. So we're going to enter that as an exhibit before the court.
All right.
Oh, if they accept all this, he already got 4 years, 9 years. Shit, he might be out. He might be out by next Christmas. Oh yeah, you knew he was taking that. All right, this is a W move for the lawyer. You know what I'm saying? If he already got 4 years, if they accept all of that, oh shit, that was a good ass deal for that lawyer right there, man. All right, these lawyers doing their things, getting their clients out of here. Let the big dogs with the money handle their own business. All right, it's a W move.
All right, that'll be Defendants Exhibit 1 to this plea hearing. And as you know, and as I'm sure you have shared with Mr. Huey, it's ultimately the Department of Corrections that calculates the time served portion of the sentence. So it'll ultimately be up to them, but I will include that as a part of my sentencing sheet as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, take that back. It's the Department of Corrections. So, but even if he gets like a year, like has to do another year, that'll be 5 years he served in prison total. Out of the 9, shit, that's still a good ass deal right there. That makes the state 3-0 because now they got all this information on Jeffrey Williams that he just pled guilty to. Damn, the state eating these niggas up.
Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to represent Mr. Marquavius Huey along with my son, Attorney Carlton Matthews Jr., who also would like to address the court at this time, Your Honor. So we're asking this court to accept the negotiation that has been represented to the court and Mr. C.J. Matthews.
Yes, good afternoon to this honorable court.
Good afternoon, Mr. Matthews.
I've been gracious with this opportunity to represent and serve Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey is an honorable young man. Mr. Huey does not allow his mistakes to define him, but he is remorseful, Your Honor. He has learned, grown, and became a better man during this trial. Mr. Huey will have a release date, Your Honor. And I'm confident in him that he'll be a working class citizen in society when he is released. We thank this honorable court and we respectfully ask this court to accept this plea on today.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Huey.
Real quick, that's dope. Father and son. Hey, someone tell the bailiff to wake your ass up over here. This nigga dozing off. Hey, that's cool though. Father and son attorneys. That's nice. That's nice.
I am sure that Mr. Matthews Sr. and Mr. Matthews Jr. have, I know that they have been working with you and negotiating with the state for I'm sure the entire course of this trial and proceeding, but very, very hard over the last week and a couple of days to get where we are right now. And I know that you know that given the severity and the number of charges that you were facing, that had you been convicted of all of those charges at trial, you were looking at the possibility of 3 consecutive life sentences, plus I think about 100 years after that.
Oh, I had the 100 and something years right. 3 life sentences. Oh, you know that nigga was taking that plea. All I was calculating was just the years. 3 life sentences with like 140 years. Oh my goodness. Nigga, I would have been in that courtroom so early, nigga. I would have been in my goddamn prison oranges, nigga. I would have been in that motherfucker bright and early. I'm the hell no. What time we signing this goddamn plea deal? My bad, Your Honor, for language. 3 life sentences and 100 years on top of that? How am I gonna get that 100 years? I only got 1 life, 3 life sentences? Shit. Nigga, I owe my life to these lawyers. The hell, whatever they need. When I get out, whatever y'all need me to come through, cut the grass, I got you. Don't worry about it. Nigga, I gotta serve maybe 5, 6 years in prison total to beat 3 life sentences. That's what Little Rod serving a life sentence, and that nigga gotta finish that life sentence. I got 3 plus 100. God damn, nigga, I would have been trying to sign this plea deal before the trial started, nigga. I wouldn't care with nobody. I'm signing my plea deal. I gotta tell them what I know. Now, I ain't trying to tell nothing, but fuck that. 3 life sentences with 100 on top. Nigga, what I'm gonna do with 100? Oh my goodness. Jeez. I gotta go look at. I didn't even know that any of these carried a goddamn life sentence. I was just factoring in the math, and I said that's about 140 years. 3 life sentences. As soon as they came in with that plea deal, it could have been 20 years served, and then like 40 years on probation. Nigga, give me the plea, please. Oh God, dog! I ain't know it was 3 life sentences. That's fucking crazy. Don't do crime because he didn't even have any murders on his. He just had aggravated assault, using weapons. Fuck that.
So the fact that the state is recommending jointly with your attorneys that your total sentence be 25 years with 9 of those to serve is, it's frankly remarkable, and something that you should not take for granted or take lightly at all.
You know what? I take back everything I said about him with like talking to the youth. I take that. He probably means this, you know, Mr. Quay, Mr. Huey, he probably meant every single thing he was saying. I don't think he's going to take this opportunity for granted. This is really a second chance at life, or should I say a third one, because this nigga had 3 life sentences plus 140 years. That evidence was damning. This is what you talk about, a home run. All that evidence the state got now. Jeez. I see why he took this plea. Hey, man, don't do crimes, man. Don't do crimes. God damn.
These are very serious charges, and I hear what both Mr. Matthews have said about the challenges facing you in your life, and I am sorry for the loss of your father. One would hope that to have anybody that they love taken from them in a violent way like murder might have an impact upon their lives that would lead them in the right direction, but it's not particularly surprising that sometimes that's not what happens and it goes in a worse direction instead.
Look at the prosecutors. They laughing. Miss Loved and got demoted, like OT said. The prosecutors are laughing. They like, oh, nigga, now we on even playing field. Oh, my goodness. You got to take that plea. There's nothing, you got to take it.
I hope that with your age and with having really been faced with the distinct possibility of spending the entirety of the rest of your life in prison, the fact that you are getting this opportunity is not going to be wasted. I hope that you appreciate what the Matthews have done to go out of their way to line up somebody to be looking out for you when you are released from prison. And I want to ask you, just like I have asked both Mr. Nichols and Mr. Ryan, is this your decision to enter this guilty plea? Because no matter what your attorney's advice is, it's ultimately up to you whether to plead guilty or continue with the trial. So is this what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And have you had enough time to consider all of the different scenarios and to discuss everything you wanted to with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. I think it's very clear that this plea is to your benefit, considering the potential downside of moving forward with the continued trial. I find there to be a factual basis to this plea. I appreciate the fact that y'all have stipulated that there is a factual basis. And I find the plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I will accept it as such. And I will sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. I'm not going to read everything out again. We've thankfully got it in writing for the sentence sheet, but in accord with what was put on the record and what is reflected in this this document, with a total sentence of 25 years to serve 9 in custody, balance of 14 years after that, 9 of those on probation and 5 suspended. And I'm going to impose the special conditions that you have already acknowledged and acknowledged that you would abide by. And, you know, somebody with a high school diploma, which is more than a whole lot of people ever achieve. So you've already achieved and proven that you can achieve good things. And who is only 28 years old, and who can really look down and already see the light of day for a release date. You need to make sure that during your time incarcerated that you don't pull any of the kind of thing that you have been, you know, that you actually are pleading guilty to, at least some of, by having contraband or in any other way getting in trouble, because that's not going to bode well. I am going to recommend a transition program for you. I know that there's a lot of different job training available in our correction system, so I hope that you take advantage of that. And you know, whether it's a commercial driver's license or whether you find something else that you want to do while you're in there, be making good use of your time while you're in there and furthering yourself. And you have had a fine example next to you for the past 2 years of what somebody can do with their lives. So don't forget about that. And be the father that you need to be and that you ought to be to your very young children. They're still going to be very young when you get out. And please make sure that you abide by all your probationary conditions, because if you don't, then you're going to be back to see me. And because I recognize how much of a break you're getting right now, I'm probably not going to be as lenient if you come back before me again, because
that probation crazy. She just said, like, hey, you got a sweet ass deal. You got a 3rd chance at life. You fuck up and come back to this courthouse. You come and see me, nigga. I'm slapping the shit out of you and throwing the book at you. Man, this brother better not mess this up, man. This is some shit I ain't never seen, man. Those brothers hooked this young man up. Told him straight up, man. You fuck off on that probation, come back and see me. She's not going to be lenient. Oh, man. Shit, you got to ask for PC. You got to. I would have been right there, Judge. Is there any way you can talk to the jails, put me in PC, isolate me? I'll do 3 years. Hey, just lock me up. 23 and 1. I don't want to be around nobody. I don't want to see nobody. I don't want to talk. I need to go home. Damn. She's being honest though, because like, dog, this shit's crazy.
Because you are getting a huge opportunity to turn your life around, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that's the sentence of the court, and I want to wish you good luck and good fortune. You can get through the next few years, and then you can have the rest of your life to do good work with.
Can you address the court?
Yes. I should have asked that, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Judge. Thank you.
I want to thank the court and thank God. And I want to apologize to my kids, my family, and everybody who done supported me in this stressful process. And, I plan to do my time, come back, be a better man.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
The brothers got the sweetest deal.
All right, let's take a recess.
Golly, bro. Hey, that's some good shit right there. See, this is the good part about the trial. You know what I'm saying? I wonder how long they recess is. I know we've been pausing it. Let me see. I don't know if they even. Damn. Okay, they ain't got nothing going right now. We got a little bit of movement. Let me go back. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're about to have 5 hours on a Wednesday. I didn't know we was gonna be on this long, but we're here. I'm losing my voice. Nah, I'm just playing. Let me see. See what Thugger Daily has. If they post, I know he put up the counts. We're gonna go through the counts and see what the hell. I want to see what the hell was the fucking. Here we went from facing 3 life sentences to 100 plus 100 years to 9 years plus 4 years credit time served. Well, we don't know if they're going to give him that time. She said that the Department of Corrections is going to have to figure that out. But if they do, hopefully they do. And then you only got to do like maybe a year, 2 years. And then, all right. So for him, Quay, he got the 20 and 9 on 1, conspiracy to violate, 3 and 4, armed robbery, aggravated assault. He got 20 and 9 for 4, 20 and 9 for 5. 6 was dismissed. Well, no, 6 had the suspended sentence of 5 years. So that's how they got the 25 years. So 6 got the 5 years. 7 was dismissed. 14, the armed robbery, the 20 and 9. 15, 20 and 9. 16 dismissed. 17, aggravated assault with deadly weapon, 20 and 9. They got rid of the hijacking for charge 18, charge 19, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony because they got rid of the hijacking, so they got rid of 19. 16, 17, 18, 19, they got rid of 20, possession of a firearm during a felony. They got rid of that. 21, they got rid of that. 22, 23. They got 44 possession of a weapon while incarcerated. They didn't get rid of that. That's what he had. 45, they did get rid of. Well, no, they got rid of both of this. This is the weapon. This is the phone. They got rid of both of those while he's incarcerated. And they got rid of 46, participation in the street gang. But everything he got tied to the conspiracy, plus all the text messages are going to slide, which will fall up under the conspiracy to violate racketeering and furtherance of the gang. 3, the armed robbery. We don't know what he robbed them for. They just gave us the robbery and then the aggravated assault. And then 14 and 15 was another armed robbery. So this may have been like a robbery of maybe a rival gang or somebody. And then what was 17? Aggravated assault. Whew. Sheesh. Oh, that was it? Or we just wait? And they'll said, trial lesson, be careful who you intern with, man. Yeah, that YSL, I ain't gonna lie, man. YSL had a run, but now I'm thinking about it like, man, do y'all think it, do you guys believe that YSL run, let's say it was a 14 to 2022, so it wasn't a full 10 years. Was that 8-year run worth this? I think that's the end. I think that's the end of the trial, but damn. 20 years, gotta serve 9. Probably be out in a year, maybe 2 years. Damn. And now we're down to what? 4 people? Diamante, Shannon, Mr. Williams. All right, well, we got 3 people left, man. We got 3 people left. We'll see how that goes. We're approaching 5 hours now. You know, I was gonna do something else, but shit, it's already 10 o'clock. Golly. Thank y'all for tuning in. Tomorrow, what is tomorrow? Thursday? I got a little something up the sleeve. We'll figure that out on Thursday. We might do a Tubi movie. Also, wherever DeMarcus is, we got to pop the balloon. We'll probably do that Friday night. I want to say Friday night. I'm picking my brother up. He gets in around 7. So if he gets in at 7, about an hour, 8, 9. It might be a later live. So if I do come back Friday night, I'll do a live, but it'll be around 6, 7 p.m. you guys' time, like our normal lives when I was back in the state. But y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Thank you guys for tuning in with me 5 hours. Hopefully I made your work day a little bit better. Yeah, wherever DeMarcus is, hit that subscribe button. Subscribe to the Mo You Know is pinned in the chat. Support the channel. Cash App's pinned in the chat. I appreciate you all. I am going to get out of here, man. You know, I'm about to go and I'm about to start me a nonprofit. I'm going to talk to the youth and tell them it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. 3 life sentences plus 100 years. Damn. Remarkable deal. Remarkable deal. I'm J. This is the Mo You Know, and these are the pleas of the young thug RICO trial. Y'all be safe. And remember, you can run, but you can't hide. I'm out.
You can